Okay, and welcome back to another episode of Cities Skylines, and we are picking up right where we left off, trying to design the new sprawl district that's hopefully going to be really cool. What's something we were going to do? I'm going to just try to hop right in. I've been learning a lot about city layouts and some more things that I can do to try to make traffic more efficient, which is going to end up being a concern for this area. It's going to be a real logistical nightmare to try to design this place and just make it flow really smoothly. I don't know if I'm happy with that overpass being a little uneven, but whatever, I'm sure I'll live. And we can always change it later. One of the things that I'm a little concerned about are these intersections that I'm creating by having the 2-lane roads link up with the 6-lane, what's going to be more of an expressway. That's going to be like a artery road. It's going to be a main thoroughfare that's going to ferry a lot of traffic in and out. And so I want to try to minimize exterior connections. Let's see. One of the other things we wanted to do was we're just going to hop right in. We're going to go ahead and get rid of this stuff. And we're going to get rid of this road. And all of this stuff here. And what are we going to do? We are going to take this thing, and we are going to move it, and that's going to cost $25,000 just to move it once. Can you believe that? But we're going to go ahead and move it over once. Okay. And then we're going to just make this more even. We laid this down yesterday, and it didn't end up coming out even. It was not enough spaces on this side. So we're going to go ahead and kind of do the same thing on this side, lay out some pedestrian walkways, which could later be changed to 2-lane streets. We're not really sure how exactly we're going to do it, but we're going to go ahead and get rid of all of this stuff. And we're going to say straight. And we're going to plop down another 2-lane, and we're going to bring it this way. We're going to take another, or a 6-lane rather, and we're going to take a 2-lane, and we're going to bring it out, I think, to about there. And then it's going to start raising. So yeah, like that. I think that's pretty good. Maybe it's going down a little bit, but that's pretty even. Now going to take this. Okay, now what do I want to do? I want to make this road perpendicular. So we're going to go ahead and take this up at a right angle. Let that snap on there and make that a right angle like that. So I can then take a 6-lane road and make it come out at a right angle this way. Okay. We're going to have this come out. This might end up working a lot nicer than I originally anticipated. What could we do here and make that nice? We could probably take some 2 lanes off of there, but again, we want to be careful with the intersections. I want to make this, that's kind of a bit of a, no, that's actually a really nice little even area, so maybe we'll do something like this, make it a little freeform, maybe. Kind of bring that out. I'm trying to get a feel for the slope here. Let's maybe do it like, I don't know, I kind of want to do a full block, but, you know, let's experiment. Now you can see if we do it like that, it makes a nice little road here. But I'm not sure how I feel about that because some of the zoning on the edge, I don't know. Does that look nice? As long as it looks nice, that's the main thing. And then we could get rid of this road here. I don't know, I kind of like that. We could, if we really wanted to, if we wanted to be a stickler for detail, and I'm definitely a stickler. We could make this come out at a right angle, make this come out at another right angle, and we could get rid of this, and we could make another right angle and try to get a feel for how much of a road we can get away with and try to make it have full zoning. Try to make it like that. Kind of, no. Maybe a little bit closer. Yeah, that's good. I like that. And then will it give us full zoning if we come out this way? I think it will. And then we could make that connect like that and have a nice little road. And then can we do this? Okay. A little curvy, but I like it. Traffic won't stop on this road, which is what's important. And that gives us a little bit more space there. One of the things I wanted to do here was I wanted to experiment with putting in a... maybe we can get rid of that, and then we could do... I wanna have a subway train come through here, and I think that's pretty... I don't like how that ends up being a little uneven. That bothers me, but let's see how it looks. We put that like this. Now, like I said, it honestly does bother me that it's a little uneven there, but we can do some pedestrian walkways and have them come up to about here. And make a nice little park plaza right there and have that be the metro line. I don't know how I feel about this. Maybe do that. Will that be better? Well, let me do... because if I do it like this, then will it... oh, that's pretty nice, actually. That's not too nice. Not really sure why it's not letting me make that perfect the way I want to, but maybe we can make there be some trees there, like experiment here. We could do like a tree like that, and then maybe another tree to cover that little spot, and then maybe we could do some bushes. All this is subject to change. I might decide I want it to be different later. Just trying to beautify the area as best we can and try to cover up some of the imperfections from the road placement tool. A nice little park there. I'm not entirely certain how I feel about that because I liked having that road coming through the middle there. So, you know, this is all an experiment and we could always change it later. I was gonna consider moving. This is gonna be the art museum. Let me see here. What are these called? Because I know that's a modern art museum. Yeah, okay. And then this is a science center. And I'm not married to this arrangement. It just kind of turned out that these were the right number of spaces that they would kind of fit concurrently like they are. So maybe I'll make the art museum further back and switch places and make the science center be there in the middle. And then we could probably get away with... Ooh, maybe I can make the back of the science center. It's not a bad idea, actually. How much does it cost to move this stuff? Because I don't want to bankrupt myself. 26 grand, and then that... whoops. That would cost 4,000, so that's way cheaper to move. I don't want to bankrupt myself moving buildings around, because believe me, I could do that. I think if we put the science center... You know what, we could... let's experiment. How about that? Let's save the game, and let's find our most recent save. Let's save it, and then let's say... let's move this out of the way somewhere over here, and then... Now, we just saved the game, so we could replace all of this stuff. Because I'm thinking we might be able to relocate this building and put it right... we have to move that road. And then, that's actually pretty nice. I like that a lot. And then we could do pedestrian walkways on the side, like this. Might be a little bit ugly, but we could put trees up the side there if we really wanted to. This was the alternative idea. Maybe I'll take screenshots and be able to compare or something. Ooh, I don't like the way that comes out. So, these are problems I'm going to have to figure out how I want to solve. Because we could put this statue like that, and then we could have... let's do 2-lane with small grass. And will it let us do... I'm thinking like this. And then we could have a metro line like... that, or do we want it to go the other way? And that's, oh, I think it has to attach to a road, so it would have to be like that. Not too bad. And then, hi Mo, how you doing, buddy? And kind of just have that be grass, and then maybe we can get rid of Mo. Stop trying to drink out of my water glass. Oh, he's doing it. Have this come up to the road like that, and then maybe not. Maybe I like the way that's shaped. It's actually kind of nice. How about this? Let's make that like that, and then maybe do this. Or maybe... But I gotta be careful because I absolutely can just obsess over details and never be finished. I want to get this area up and running sooner or later. And we could have that be like that. And then we could have the art museum be this way. Although that would collide there, so maybe... If we put it like that, I think we need to move that road over one. So we could put the art museum like that. That's not bad. And then we can do pedestrian walkways along the sides. Whoops. No. Not gravel walkways. Those are ugly. Pedestrian paved walkways. And then if we really wanted to get crazy, we could start putting down little decorative elements to be able to hide. See, I don't know if it's going to let me get away with that. It doesn't like that placement. Yeah, see? Some of these areas, it says I can put stuff there, but then it immediately deletes it because it doesn't like the location. If we did something, whoops, like this... In theory, at least, we could get some nice little hedgerows. You can see here, it's not really... It's kind of a sort of semi-random smattering of assets as we kind of... Whoops. There's a sweet spot in there. It actually looks pretty nice. And then we could do some trees, smaller trees. No, smaller than that even. Do like some trees. kind of like this. I don't know. I like the way that looks, but I don't know. I like the way it was before. I'm very wishy-washy. And these are the kind of things that if I get too caught up on details, I could just spend forever doing this crap. And then we can make this a really nice plaza area in front of the art museum, or in front of the science center. And then see, I'm not sure if I like that arrangement or if I'd like to make the science center be in the center. I don't know. Welcome to my life. Let's see. Maybe we could do like, oops. Will it let us kind of get that placement that I want? No. Wow, that sucks. We could probably go ahead and upgrade and make that like that, and then... Oh, my roads are uneven, I think. No, they're not. Are they? Or is the fountain Oh, that's gonna bother me. What's uneven? Those are even. Those are coming back like that. Oh, that's really gonna bug me. The fountain doesn't fit there. Fountain isn't equidistant from either side. Fountain is off by 1, so that means we couldn't put the fountain there, which means I might have been better off keeping it the way it was. So if we get rid of the fountain, then maybe we can do... Like I said, I can obsess over details compulsively. It might just be better to kind of leave it the way that I had it, and that's why we saved before we got started on this. It might be better to just leave it the way that I had it and continue designing the rest of the area and come back. Oh. And see, I may have been wrong. Maybe the science center doesn't even fit there correctly. How many squares is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So an odd number. And then the art museum is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. An even number. So they're actually not going to fit and be symmetrical, which will bother me. So maybe it's for the best that I'm finding this out now. Because then that turns out I'm not going to want the science center in that position like that. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, what I could do... what do I want to save over? That was the knot. That was when I tried to redesign the knot. That was a nightmare. This is all the way back before Hickory Park. I think I'm well past the point of ever wanting to load any of these saves. So we have this version, which has a lot of trees and open plaza with a really nice statue in the middle in front of the art museum. It makes the art museum a little bit further set back. It also doesn't restrict traffic as much because now we don't have these intersections. I mean, we have these intersections, but we don't have more intersections like the one in the middle. So I don't know. Like I said, we're kind of experimenting here. But let's go ahead and load that previous save and see which one we like better. We can come back over to this city area. I don't know. I like them both. I think either way, if I want to put the metro line in here, I'm going to have to disrupt that little middle road. But I like the way this comes out. I had to change that in order to make it work the other way. And I'm also considering putting some underground pedestrian walkways to let people walk across this intersection because I don't want turning to be a problem. Maybe that'll be a problem that we solve as we come to it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very bothered by the fact that it turns out I can't, what do you call it? Oh no, that's a thought. I'm very bothered by the fact that I'm not going to be able to have the science center in the middle like this because it's offset. I don't know, I'm not sure what's going on over here that I have these roads off center. I think I see what's happening. Yeah, that one is over one. So that also means I'm not going to be able to have the Statue of Wealth, which means maybe I'll be able to put that somewhere else. Let me look at... Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So another even number. That means something that's an odd number of squares isn't going to fit right there. And then how many squares wide is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 squares, so it's even on both sides. Let's experiment with some other stuff. How big is, say, a police station? Police station is... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A police station is 5 squares wide. So that's something that could go in an uneven area. Maybe like around a plaza that has that statue in the middle. I don't know. And then how big is a fire station? Fire station I think is probably the same size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 6. That's an even number. I don't know. And then I also want to put in a hospital at some point, but that's an entire undertaking. So that's 12. That's 10 spaces wide. So I don't know. The Science Center was pretty cheap, so I could relocate that very easily. What are some other unique buildings that we have access to? Like I said, we'll experiment here. And if I get too caught up on the details here, we will probably... How big is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's an even number. And I already have that. And I already have that. This Opera House is going to be fucking huge, although it might actually fit. Yeah, the Opera House isn't too big. The Opera House could probably fit in the same spot as the... I think it has to fit on a side road. Am I right? Yeah. But the Opera House would actually, it looks like, fit on the same footprint as the art museum. So maybe that could be the Opera House. I don't know. And then we have an Expo Center. The Expo Center is, I think, is it? Ooh, wait a minute. If I'm right, and the Expo Center is an odd number of spaces, then we could fit it here instead of the Science Center. It's 100,000. Let me see. Whoops. Try to bring it up through the middle here. No, it's an even number of squares. It's 2 less than the Science Center, so that wouldn't fit perfectly either, which would bother me. And then we have a stadium. The stadium's actually not as big as I thought. A lot of these buildings aren't as big as I thought they were. So unfortunately, we're going to have to get rid of the Science Center for now. We're just going to have to lose that money. I think we're going to go ahead and let the simulation run, because although I am losing population, we are making money, and I'm spending this money faster than I anticipated spending it. I'm just going to take a quick opportunity to watch one of my trains go. Whenever I'm at a point where it's kind of hard to get the creative juices flowing, I always like taking an opportunity to watch something work, something that I've made. And I'm really happy with this train line, and I'm going to make this train line eventually connect up to this part of the city that I'm building. But at least this way, with the simulation running, we can continue to make money, which is going to be important. I could always take out loans if I have to, but then you have to pay them back with interest, and you know, it's just going to cost you money in the long run. So as long as I can afford it, I'd like to keep just spending money, spending the money that I'm making off of taxes. I'm really happy with this train line. I mean, I'm going to make some changes. Like, I don't want it to come to this sharp turn underneath the highway. I really am happy with the way it ended up being laid out. Not so happy with the pop-in that's happening around this freeway interchange because of all these assets, but whatever. That'll be something that we won't have to deal with once we get to the PC version. And actually, would it disrupt me if I did this? Straight, and then let's continue this. That's a thought. Would that go under there? I'm probably getting too caught up in some minor details. No, that would come out next to the tunnel. We don't want that. But I could continue this road out and have it come out like that. Aha! I like railroad crossings. They're not very efficient traffic-wise, but I like them. They're really cool. Oh, but then that puts the traffic... That's weird. It puts it right next to a bridge. But I like that things are slowly but surely coming together. The mess is coalescing into something cohesive and cool, one little bit at a time. This is another little experiment that I was playing around with. Putting highways with sound barriers adjacent to train line. Be able to just make some cool effects, make stuff look nice in addition to being functional. Hi, Mo. Careful, don't pull the cord. How you doing, buddy? But, seeing as how this line is not getting any use, we can go ahead and turn off these stations for now to stop having to spend money on the upkeep. Hi, Mo. Don't knock over my phone, I swear to God. And don't... Oh, buddy. Are we sitting on the cords? Let's go ahead and turn that off. Let me go ahead and get my cords out from under you before you sit down on my lap. Go. Okay. Now how you doing, Mo? How you doing, Mo? Alright. Like I said in the last stream, I'm trying not to get bogged down focusing on a lot of minute details. Isn't that right, Mo? And we're just gonna try to focus on trying to complete this new area. I think I eventually want, when I first laid out this this bus route, this wide thoroughfare with bus lanes, I had the intention of it extending up this hill at some point and coming over here. So I'll probably be comfortable reworking Slope Springs here and making this maybe into more of a straight route that kind of comes up this hill and sort of services traffic up into the new city area. Oh, I think we discovered that this doesn't fit correctly, didn't we? Which would really suck, but we'll... Oh, hang on. Turn that off, and then I think I need to run water lines to it. No, I don't think I do, because it's turned off. It doesn't need to worry about not having power and water. Let's go ahead, I think, and go to our roads here. Hi, buddy. What you looking at, Mo? He does not like me streaming. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's go ahead and get rid of that, and straight. We're still doing straight, and we'll make that come out like that, and make that come out. We can see that problem. Oh wait, no, I think that does fit. Oh, that's good if that fits. And what did I want to do? I think let's experiment. Because we can make that a 2-lane. I don't think that would be too bad. But then it makes some of these other roads a little uneven. I'm not really sure how I want to play that. We could probably move the statue closer. But then what if we wanted to make this into just a regular 2-lane? And then we could make... how much does it cost to relocate the statue? Move? Only 5 grand. Yeah, we can relocate this kind of to our heart's content. Ooh, I don't like that, actually. Oh, and it's going to complain about not being connected to the roads. So, will it... I don't think it'll let me... It has to be connected to at least one road. Whoops. That's not what I meant. Let's turn that back up. Keep taxes at normal rates. So since it only costs like 5 grand to move, let's go ahead and move it over here. And let's get rid of this, let's get rid of that, let's get rid of all of this. And let's get some 2 lanes coming up this way. And then freeform, we want to do like this, and we want ideally for them to come out at right angles to see if that would work, but it might not. What do you want, Mo? Make up your mind, brah. Alright, fine, you don't want pets, it's fine. I'm just kind of thinking how I want to do this. I think the 2 lanes might be a little much for some of these areas back here. Let's try... Yeah, okay. I feel okay about that. Have these come out at straight lines. Have these link up there. Maybe that's a little busy with all the roads going everywhere, so I don't know. Again, all of this is open to experimentation. And then if we did that, could we do freeform? And then can we make this at a right angle? Yes. We can make this at a right angle. Yes. And then maybe we could do relocate to this side, and then we can take a pedestrian walkway and put it across this gap and make that look nice and pretty. And I kind of like that. It ends up with a little bit messy intersections, but I think I'll live. And again, maybe the trees are a little bit much. Certainly for the processing, they're a little bit much. You can see a lot of them disappear as we start to get the camera far away. It's because that's the game's way of saying, whoa, there's too much stuff going on here. We can probably make these grassy, okay. And then that makes a nice little even sparse of trees. And then what happens, what does it look like if we do like medium with grass? It's not too bad, a little bit more open. But whatever, I'm pretty happy with this. And then what does zoning look like? Okay, so we got some nice even zoning if we want to put stuff in here. Maybe some offices or some commercial buildings. I don't know exactly yet. But I'm gonna try to not... Oh, now I remember why that was there like that, because that links up with this road. And I don't think I want to do another intersection like that over here, so... Okay, now let's start experimenting with our layout. Now we moved this building over, so we're gonna need to redo this roundabout. This whole thing is going out the window, basically. So we're gonna go ahead and get rid of all of this. And we'll probably get rid of these, because I'm not happy with those intersections anyway. Let's see. I kind of don't like the way those turned out uneven because of the different angles, but again, we're trying to mix asymmetry with symmetry, so we're trying not to get too hung up. Maybe this isn't going to let me do it even then, if I do it like this, because it's how many squares? So if it makes me snap, 1, 2, 3, 4. So then that, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So then it should be 8 in the middle. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the middle? Doesn't look like the middle. Yeah, it's the middle. We bring that out like that, and then I'm thinking I want to do a roundabout somewhere in here, maybe like right kind of there. And I don't know if we're going to be able to fit anything in the center of the roundabout. Let's experiment. I think we did 120 last time, and that came out looking pretty nice. So we can do 120. And then if we did our one-ways, we could do freeform. We can have them come out like this and just kind of make right angles. I think this might actually be bigger than the way that I had it before. We don't want it to be too big because we want to still be able to fit things. We want to be able to fit things in the middle, but at the same time, we don't want it to just be a big empty space in the middle. That's actually rather nice. I think that looks good. And then maybe we can fit a unique building in the middle. I don't know if we want to, just because then it'll draw traffic. I don't know if we have any buildings that will fit there with the way the zoning is. I mean, you could technically fit that there, but it needs a flat edge to clip onto on the edge there, so it's not exactly going to work the way I want it. In my mind, I'm playing around with the idea of putting emergency buildings around a roundabout so that like the police station and the fire station and everything will be in a circle. But I think we'll just kind of iterate for now and just kind of change it as we go. So we want to do upgrade, and I think I want to make, it's got to be a one-way obviously, so let's do grass. It's kind of more plain. And then if we wanted a point of reference, we could do straight, okay, and we can make sure that we put the X in the middle so that we can kind of get a reference point and kind of see where those corners are, because then I could take and do freeform off of these intersections and kind of make them come in like that, which looks pretty nice, I think. Gonna make those like that, and then we could fit something on the other side of this building. I'm not entirely sure what. Maybe have there be a little roundabout. What could we put there? Maybe an expo center. You want to be careful because on the one hand it might look really nice. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it wouldn't be centered. Wouldn't be the first thing that wasn't centered, but it would still bother me. That might work. What is this? The Opera House? Ooh. It would be uneven. Maybe we could switch it. Maybe the Opera House could be on the shore, and then this could be on the inside. I was experimenting with that in my head. How much does it cost to move? 25,000? That's cheap. We could do that. I think it's going to run into the roads if we do it like that. But I like that. So let's go ahead and save the game. Whoops. So careful. And that was the other one we were experimenting with? No, this one. So let's go ahead and save over that one. And let's go ahead and get rid of these. Okay. And then take this and move it so that it's on the other side of the road, and we'll make sure we get it centered. Is that right? Or is that right? The zoning is weird because of the angles of the street, so it's going to look funny. Now, I don't like that blocks the sun, so I don't know how I feel about that. So if we did put the Opera House right there, then we would run into the problem of it not being... Oh, slope too steep. It won't matter. I can't even put it there regardless. So that kind of makes that work. That settles that little debate. But then maybe we could just have regular buildings on the other side and have this on this street. I kind of like that idea. Maybe. Because then the other option would be to take... Let's just make basic roads for now, and we'll be able to change them later. Let's make this be straight. And let's make this one be straight as well. And then will it let me do straight across without hitting that roundabout? That's good. So we could do this, and then if we wanted to, we could switch the building. It'd be another 25 grand, but, you know, I've got millions. Like I said, I don't like that this casts a shadow the way that it does. But maybe that'll just be a nice shady spot. Kind of create a new... I don't know how to feel about this. And we can always move that roundabout. I'm not married to that roundabout. That's just where I placed it with the previous building placement. We can make it like that. And then we kind of run into this problem where the roundabout is like just barely touching that street, and I don't think we can connect these because they're too straight. It won't let us put an intersection there. But here's what we can do. Let's experiment with some different sizes of roundabouts. So we could do... Let's say we wanted to make a bigger roundabout. We could do like full squares. It's like one zonable block. And if it'll call that even, let's see if it'll let us do it. Did I make that square? I'm pretty sure I did. And then we can do one-lane roads. We can make a larger roundabout, but you make it too large, and while it's not the worst, it just starts to look a little empty, a little too big. So like I don't like the size of that roundabout. I feel like that's too big. Plus, I feel like it ends up coming out kind of oblong. So then, if the one that I just made was 400, what happens if we bring that down to, like, 300? Okay, and then we try to make it even. Oh, I don't think it'll let me do that. I think that's a little bit off-center. Yeah, it's not gonna let me do that. So then, one less than 300. So if we go to 300, then it would be 280, and then we can do in the middle, try to make this come out square. I think the freeform tool might be making it come out funky. Does that look better, or does that still make it look kind of oblong? It does. So you try to make the roundabouts too big, and you're going to make it look oblong and kind of funny shaped. So I'm not totally sure how I want to do this. And I don't know. I kind of liked it the way it was before. Maybe we'll just move it back. Because then the other option would be to see what it looks like attached to this side. So that the back is facing, and then that way traffic would be going along the back of the building, and then this would be the front of the building, and we could have some kind of nice... What is this again? It's a high-interest tower. It's a large office building. We could make this be a really nice little plaza. So let's experiment. Let's see if we can make this feel nice, because right now it doesn't really feel super nice. So we're going to do the same trick as before, using the gravel road here as a reference point to make a straight line that goes right through the middle. And then... try to make a roundabout somewhere here, maybe like right there, and try to make it, I'm thinking 120. 120 seems to be like a good size. And I gotta be careful, I gotta stop myself, because if I let myself, like I said, I've said this more than once, I will get lost in the details, and I will never get anything finished. So then we do freeform, and then... I think that comes out. Maybe I should make it closer even. That looks pretty nice. And then we can maybe make some more office buildings right here, or maybe that'll be ugly, I don't know. Hang on here, why did that lock like that? There we go. Alright, and then what I'm kind of thinking is I'm gonna play off, and I think we can go ahead and get rid of this thing, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to fit it anywhere. Yeah, like it won't fit in a roundabout. It might fit next to this building, but I think it's uneven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it actually would fit there. That'd be nice. Maybe make that be a little plaza right there. And then what happens if we fill this in? With pedestrian pathways. Kind of makes a little ugly effect. You gotta be careful with these pedestrian pathways because on level surface they'll try to mesh together to form a solid shape, but when you do it on slightly uneven ground like this, it's gonna create little gaps. And you can be clever and put trees in there and try to make it look nice, but You know what I could do as well is I could get rid of this pedestrian pathway. And then I could do upgrade, and I could change this to a 2-lane, and that would look pretty nice. And if we did that, we could do like this, and kind of make that roundabout a little bit nicer. So I don't know, we've got options. That's not bad, actually. I might like that. And just have it be a little 2-lane in front of the office building, and I don't know if maybe we could experiment with... You only have parking lot assets in the vanilla game. Ew, gross. Why are you doing that like that? That's not at all what I want. Now, try to snap in the middle. No. And we could make it like that. Whoa, why did that come out so oblong? Oh, because I changed the other one to a 2-lane, that's right. So that's why it looks funky. But that's an option. I don't think I want to do that. I don't really know, other than just kind of aesthetics. But whatever. I think we're doing the thing that I said I didn't want to do and getting caught up in the details. So let's go ahead and work a little bit on the expressway going around the outside. That was a proof of concept. That wasn't something that I wanted to be there. So let's come back and let's do... Just trying to think about how I'm going to do this here. I think we want to continue with freeform. Have it come out kind of like that, maybe. Or maybe kind of lower it. I don't know. Have it kind of come out like... Trying to make it level as best I can. Because the tricky bit is that I'm building over very uneven terrain. So maybe if we do that, that's pretty level. So I'm kind of alternating elevations and trying to get it to come out relatively level. So like that, that's pretty good. And what I'm wanting to do is have this expressway snake around the outside of this area that I'm building and connect to... It's going to be like it's going to be an expressway that's going to allow traffic to flow pretty unimpeded around the outside of the city. And also kind of make use of some of this area, which otherwise doesn't look too good. Because it's just a cliff, you know, you can't build on it or anything. Ooh, that's nice. Can I do that? Can I get away with that? And then what happens if I bring it out more? I think there's a sweet spot. The bridges are not something you can manually do. The bridges just happen when you go over a particular shaped area. And I don't know, that's cool, but I don't think it's really gonna work for what I'm trying to do here. And then we can zone these with more buildings. But I don't know. It's all conceptual. It's all gonna take experimentation. And I need to start thinking now about how I'm going to lay out some of the more elaborate transit areas. Like, I want to have a train station in here somewhere. It looks like a train station isn't going to take up nearly as much space as I thought it would. And then the thing that's going to take up a lot of space is going to be the bus station, which, and I mean, in the scheme of things, doesn't look that bad. And this is, I have to remind myself this is a larger area as opposed to my dedicated downtown area, which I had to trash an entire city block in order to get buses running. This guy's sick from noise pollution, so I might have to rezone that building if somebody dies there. That is a very noisy place to have a residential area. So what's my zoning look like? Maybe we could turn that into commercial? Oh, it looks like he's okay. Or maybe he's being taken to the hospital for noise pollution. I don't know. Downtown's kind of a mess, and it's going to take some work to get that fixed. Now oh wait, what's going on over here? Okay, just some unemployment. There's a lot of people who aren't working in the industrial center. Primarily because too many of my citizens are too well educated. They don't want to work there. I'm liking this. I'm not totally sure just what I want to do with it. But just having a look here. I like this because that's coming at a really nice 45-degree angle from the main road, and I think I want that to stay that way. I'm trying to be mindful of the fact that this is going to create an intersection, which means traffic flowing this way. I think I would like to not have an intersection. There's a lot of stuff to have to balance when you're laying out an area like this. I'm trying to think about how traffic is going to flow. I'm trying to think about how people are going to get around inside the city. It's just a lot to consider. Now that's an interesting thought. But okay. What if we do... Whoops. Upgrade and change this to road with grass to see if that looks nicer. We can make that a 1-lane, or we can make it a 2-lane. And then these roads could shoot off, maybe? I think I like the 2-lane, but then if I make the 2-lane, it is going to be awfully similar to what I'm doing over here. Decisions. Let's go ahead and make it a 2-lane for now. Bearing in mind, we could change it later. I don't know. And I have to be careful, me personally especially, I got to be careful getting caught up on the details, because it's never going to be perfect, you know? It's never going to be... you know, would it be better as this version, or would it be better if I did it like this? The answer is neither version would be better. It would just be two different ways of doing the same thing. And obsessing over it is not going to help me get to an end goal. But I want to go ahead and get rid of some of this stuff. And then I'm thinking, and maybe I won't do the roundabout, I'm not sure. I'm not married to it. Because if we get rid of these streets, then what does that do? That creates, and let's do a upgrade. Let's make this grass, make that pretty. See if we like that better. Although I do want to have parking available on the street, so that's, I don't know, you see? It's like fucking decisions. Here's what we can do. We can actually get rid of these, and we can do road with grass. Oh, hopefully it'll let us do this. Really? Let me overlap it like that? Let's do 1, 2... 250, and then we can do all the rest in regular road. And what that'll do is make it be flanked by grass, and then in the middle be like a parking area where people can park on that little street. And then what does that do to our zoning? It makes these kind of ugly little zoning blocks. They might not be totally symmetrical, and that'll irk me, but we might just live with it. Let's see, what else? Because on the one hand, you know, it's nice to just kind of go crazy and freehand stuff and say, you know, let's just lay down some roads. But on the other hand, you got to think about spacing. I want to incorporate a lot of unique buildings in this area, and I don't know where exactly. I want the expo center to go somewhere, but I think I also want to put the shopping complex. There's the expo center, and I definitely want to put the science center somewhere in this area. And then I have a shopping mall, and there's also a stadium, which is going to need to go somewhere, and a transit center, which is going to need to go somewhere. It's a kind of a running theme, is I have a lot of stuff that's going to have to go somewhere. You can see there's actually a lot of really cool, unique buildings. You can get the Statue of Liberty, for fuck's sake, which I can actually afford. I just don't know where the hell I would put it. Yeah, Statue of Liberty might not look bad. It's kind of too bad I already did that with that building, but maybe the Statue of Liberty could go... some of these areas are too steep, so something to think about. Oh god, a lot of stuff to think about. Like I said, it's a running theme. But, you know, there just comes a point where you have to say, okay, good enough. I'm gonna stop now. One of the things I was really hoping to be able to do with this layout, because I'm kind of the notion that I want to mix right angle streets, but then I also want to have nice 45-degree angle streets, and then I want to have some offset streets. Like this street here where I have this building is just an arbitrary angle that was determined by how I needed to fit that there. So it's not super pretty, but, you know, I want it to look nice. Now let me see here. Was that centered? I think that's centered. Okay. So what happens if we do like 140? And then what happens if we do... I want to do freeform. That's not going to work because it's too close. Right? Okay. So then we can make this come out... Whoops. Instead of 140, what's the next one? Oh wait, am I doing the right? Yeah, okay. Make that nice and center, snap that, and then we can do 280. Why did it let me do a shorter amount last time? That's weird. Okay, let's say 280. And then we would do... I'm thinking we can do like gravel down the middle, just to kind of make it fit. Hi, Mo. How you doing, buddy? Don't sit on the cords, please. Hi, buddy. How you doing? Say hi to Mo, everybody. He doesn't like it when I stream and he wants my attention. But you're not gonna get it. At least not that much. You're gonna have to share it. You're gonna have to share the attention, Mo. I know you don't like that, do ya? Do you? Alright. What are you gonna do? You gonna paw at me because I'm not giving you attention? I think you'll live. I think you'll live. Oh. And let's do gravel and make this come out straight. So I've been looking at a lot of cities, and cities are chaotic. You know, they have a structure, they have an order, but no city is built or designed in a day. Cities are built over years, and they're built by many different hands, putting their input on the same space. And it's not tenable, it's not realistic to have a city that's perfectly laid out. So I want to try to incorporate some natural asymmetry as best I can. And so you can see this thing is coming down at an angle that's slightly different from the angle on here, and I like that. I want that to happen. Isn't that right, Momo? You don't know. You don't know what you're doing with your life. Let's go ahead and do freeform, and I wanna snap this and see if it will let me. Okay. Yes, that's exactly what I want. And now we can do straight. We can have these come out like this. Yeah, I don't like the way that turns out. Let me... What you doing, Mo? What you doing, Mo? And that's gonna let us... Ew, why did that come out at such a weird angle like that? That is not what I wanted. Let me try this again. And it messed up the zoning on this road. So you gotta be careful, because you would think there's a lot of little quirks to this game where making a little change seems innocuous at first, and then it changes something that you didn't want changed, and it's gonna bother you till the end of time. So let's do freeform. Basically, I want this, and see, it's not coming out at just the right angle exactly. It's coming out at a slightly wrong angle. But we might be able to make it work by making something symmetrical on the other side and then manually connecting the roads to that thing. So these are actually pointed slightly towards one another. So then I'm thinking what we can get away with is we can say gravel road, and let's make that connect all the way. Let's do straight. Make that connect, okay, and then we can change the last little bit to a two-way. Okay, kind of like that. And then we can do something similar on the other side. So I'm kind of playing the system to make it do what I want, because the game is fighting me. The game is saying, no, you can't make that perfect angle like that, like you want. And I'm like, but why? See, now it's not behaving the same way as it was before. I don't know why. That's so weird. I think it was a 45-degree angle. About. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's exactly what it was. So let's do a 45-degree angle, and then we should be able to make it come like that. And so now that we were able to do that, we can say straight, and we can just take these roads. And you can see how when I'm coming out at the natural angle, it's starting to kind of go in. But because I created a symmetrical place to put it, I can make it like that. And I don't like the zoning. The zoning ends up being off right there. And these roads in general are like a little bit off, so I don't know how I feel about that. I actually don't know how I feel about this road in general. I think what I would like to do is create something that'll let me zone some stuff in the middle. So let me look at some of my leisure assets and see if I have anything that would fit there. Oh, we could put like plaza with picnic tables in the middle. That'd be a nice idea. But oh, that does require being connected to a road. So you have to think about the connection points. A lot of this stuff doesn't connect exactly the way you want it to. A lot of this stuff is weirdly shaped. But I would really like the plaza with roads. So here's how I'm going to do that. I'm going to get rid of all of this stuff. And a big part of the creative process is saying, look, it's not perfect and it's not the way I want it, and like I'm gonna change it, but I need to just have something laid down and going, you know. So let's get that locked in a 90-degree angle. Okay, perfect. And now I can take this out like this, and I can get us some guidelines on the side. So let's make that go 300, and then let's make that go north like that, and let's do the same thing on the other side. And the gravel roads are all temporary. They're just like there to make markers on the ground. Let's make that come up like, no, like that so it's at a right angle. And now we have some guide. Why does that look too long? That totally looks too long. I could have sworn 260, I guess. 300. It was not 360, it was just 300. So let's do 300. And now let's bring this up like this so it's at a 90-degree angle. Okay, good. Yes, that's better. That's more what I wanted. Now, what am I thinking? Let's see, how big is the park that I want to put in? So that's 4 spaces wide. So we could, yeah, okay. So if it's 4 spaces wide, it just so happens that 2-lane roads or 4-lane roads are 4 spaces wide. So we could upgrade these. And then, how big are they lengthwise? Where are you going, Mo? 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 7? So let's just decide where we want one to start. And a lot of this is going to be a little bit arbitrary, and that's okay. But we want this to go... Oh, okay, you leaving, Mo? Bye, Mo. Is that not enough attention for you? It wasn't, is the answer to that question. And bearing in mind we're probably going to have to redesign this multiple times, and that's okay. So here's what we're going to do. So now we have a good... I'm not sure I want to put that right there. Let's make it closer, actually. Okay, so let's not start completely over, but go back a couple steps. And let's make this... maybe like 210, 280. What does that look like? That's a little far. Well, that's a nice little block size. So then, maybe. Keeping in mind I'm going to have to curve the roads to make this work. So maybe I want to do it like that. We'll experiment. Let's try a first iteration here. Bearing in mind this process is going to take a lot longer than I think I originally set out. Probably going to take weeks to get this finished exactly the way I want it. Now, why? That bothers me. That's... Did I miscalculate? 1, 2, 3, 4... It's 5 spaces wide. It's not 4 spaces wide. So we're not going to be able to do that. Shit. That really sucks. I wanted to make this happen. Well, how many spaces long is it then if I miscalculated? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Is that right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's 7 spaces wide, which means if we get rid of it, then it would be able to fit not quite there. I need to move, I think, 1 space up. So let me do this. We're going to say regular road, straight, make it come out this way. And now we're going to make it come out, I think, like that. Or is it evenly divided in the middle? So make up your fucking mind. How many spaces is it? If it has a zoning slot in the middle... Oh, wait, I think the park's 5 by 7, so we need something that's even number of spaces. So what's something that's an even number of spaces? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spaces by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces. Okay, so what's something, and that's how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a nice little even square. That's also 5 by 5. That's also 5 by 5. A lot of these things are uneven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The tea garden is 4 by 4, so that might work. Okay, let's try the tea garden. It might not be pretty, but I think I have a nice little idea for what we're going to do here. So let's do 2-lane, is that right? I'm thinking here. Okay, so we'll do We want 4 spaces in the middle. Stop it. Stop telling me I can't do that. You don't own my life. Okay, so this will give us some nice little grid squares. So then, if that's 4 and stop it. It tries to snap to the ends, and that creates problems. So that's 4. So here's an illustration of what I want to do, and let's see how this works. Turn those buildings off. So now, I like this. We'll make that a little parking area, and then let's get rid of these side roads. And then freeform, not quite. So maybe they'll just have to be blocks. Maybe I can make it, because I kind of want to make it smooth, so maybe we'll experiment with it on both sides. So let's do straight on this side. It's actually not going to let me do it like that, which is understandable. So then let's see how we might get away with this. Let's do freeform. Will it let me? No. So maybe we need to make it go straight, and we may need to make it come out to, I think, about there. And then freeform. We can, now that we know how to make this, we can move it out further if we really want to. And I don't really even know how I feel about, once again, we're experimenting. I don't know how I feel about having Japanese tea gardens in what is effectively a median. But maybe it'll be nice. Maybe the corporate office folks will dig that. Okay. And that's kind of what I was going to go for. And if we were going to do this, we would upgrade this and make these one-way roads. And then maybe put some trees or something in the middle. And I kind of like that. And then change direction on the one-ways here to make them go that way. And then make these ones come in. And then that way we would have a nice little one-way linking up with the roundabout, and then we could probably add more roads if we wanted. And then these would go away, and then we would basically do straight. Really? Oh, what am I doing? Oh, okay. And then so we'd have 2 nice little one-way roads. And then I'm just kind of mainly upset because I don't think there's anything I'm going to be able to really fit there. Let's see. And maybe I can make that a nicer angle, maybe not quite so steep, I don't know. If I did want to fit anything more, no. I don't think any of this stuff's gonna fit. I'm not expecting it to. That's too wide by like 1 square, and that's too big. These are 5 by 5, 5 by 5, and the tennis court is 5 by I think 7. So we could fit plenty of Japanese tea gardens in here if we really wanted to. But then of course we could always zone this with more stuff. So that's not a bad idea. That turned out for now at least. And how much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's an even number of spaces. So the statue of shopping could conceivably go in one of these spots, because Then is this one even as well? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's even. And then... oh, that would actually be pretty nice. Hi, Mo. What you want, Mo? More money or more problems? Which is it? Which you gonna be? Huh? You never figure it out, huh? Can you? Can you? Mo, can you even? Because I can't even. Okay. Sit down, get comfortable. Like, figure out what you want to do with your life, bro. That's right. That's right. I'm paying attention to people who aren't you. Oh, how does that make you feel, Mo? It's gonna bother me that this expressway is too low. I'm gonna make it higher. Because I think this one is gonna end up being perfect. And if we do straight, it'll let me come out. Oh. That's interesting. Maybe I'm okay with that. That's right, Mo. You're a good kitty. You're a good kitty. You're just a little brat. Alright. As much as I do like the bridge, I think we're going to have to nix this and make it fit nicer. So we're going to do freeform, and we're going to say... and try to make it come up more-ish. Kind of like that. And have it come off this way. Ooh, could we make the... nah, that's too much. And have it be like that. It still comes down a little bit, which bothers me. But, you know, some things you just have to live with being bothered by in this game. Especially when you're contending with the Xbox version and maybe you have slightly less imprecise controls. It's kind of being generous. There, that's nice. Oh, now it's going to really bug me that one side is slightly uneven. Maybe, at the risk of completely fucking it up, we could do a 2-lane road coming out like that, and then would it let me just do it like that? Ah, what is that? Are you kidding me? Oh, you're killing me, cities. You're killing me. Oh, that's almost perfect. It's almost touching. And then will it let me? Will it let me? What do you mean space already occupied? You're killing me. What is it, too close? Oh, come on, Mac. You have it almost perfect. No. Straight? Come on. You really gonna do me like that? Whatever. See, I might even come in here and redo the expressway because it is uneven in some places. But, oh, I didn't even consider that. There's not enough garbage for the police station that I put over here, which means I'll probably need to put in a... oh, it's just... it never ends, this stuff. I know. See, I'm leaving the game running to make money, but then because I did that, I was leaving all these buildings pretty much abandoned. And so, they started getting broken into by criminals. And so I needed to put in a police station. And now I've put in a police station, and the police station has started to produce garbage. And I don't have any garbage pickup. And if I put in an incineration plant, it's going to start polluting the area, and I don't really want to do that yet. So it's like, what do I do? Mo doesn't know. Mo doesn't know anything. He has no idea what's going on. Isn't that right, Mo? Isn't that right, Mo? Oh, fucking weirdo. Alright. So we'll have exits from the expressway here and here. I think, wasn't one of the things I was going to do earlier try to make this road more even so it's not... unless it already is even on accident, which would be nice. I think it is, actually. Holy shit. Maybe I already fixed it earlier and I just forgot. I think that's what happened. But whatever, I'm happy with the zoning in this area so far. So far, so good. Oh, I just have to figure out what my plan is. It's like life. Isn't that right, Mo? So one of the other things I want to start considering is how I'm going to link up the highway. I've started experimenting with a highway coming up through the forest area. If I look at my natural resources, that's a very dense forest area that I would like to exploit for natural resources. So I want to be careful. I don't want to completely cover it up with highways. But having a nice little 2-lane highway running through there probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. Over here, I'm experimenting with how to get that highway to kind of come up through this very tall slope. I'm really not happy with that. Maybe I can make that better right now. And do freeform. And then try to make it come down like that? Or does that just put me back to square one? I think it does. Oh, that's a little bit... Nah. It's doing that same thing, and it's coming up at a little bit steep of an angle. That's a steep angle to ask people to drive, you know? Oh, wait a minute. That's probably why that was doing that. That looks kind of nicer, but then when I zoom out, why does it do that? That bothers me. A lot of things in this game are going to bother you if you're like me. It's very, very difficult to balance slopes. Slopes are a big challenge. Because the way I have the freeway currently, these are all problems that I'm going to have to solve in order to get finished, because I eventually want to connect this whole city that I'm trying to design back into the main city, and the way I'm going to do that is via the freeway. And the main problem I'm running into is... Well, not the main, I keep saying that. The main, there are a lot of main problems. But the problem I keep running into regarding the freeway is that I have it coming out this way, and originally when I was laying it out, I kind of had this thought in my mind that it was going to curve and go up the slope here. I don't know how I like that idea though, because then it's coming up this weird climb, and it's just I don't like the way that feels. And then I experimented, maybe it could come up this this hillside over here, this sort of gentle sloping hill. But then I kind of fell in love with the idea of it swinging past this forested area, because then that would also allow me to build up the forested area with industry and be able to start chopping down that forest. So I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna have it like swing right and come down south. I'm not really sure. Or maybe I could have it just kind of touch this area and come back around and go up. So I think I want to start with trying to get it to come out of that mountainside. And I've kind of got it sort of nice. Let's go ahead and save the game again, because I like the progress we've made so far. So let's actually look at that. Let's take... That's a good way to compare things that I hadn't really considered. So that's what it looked like before. And now this is what it looks like. And maybe I did kind of like having the roundabout be further away from the plaza, but... nah. I don't know. Could be better, could be worse. I think I'm gonna have to be happy with it. I think I am happy with it. Again, obsessing over details like I do. And I don't know, I really had the creative juices flowing the other night when I laid down and completed most of this plaza area. And I'm pretty happy with the plaza all around. I think I do want to come in here and put some underground pedestrian walkways to allow foot traffic to get to this side of the building, because I don't want the expressway to get held up. I really like the way those two roads ended up. I like the way the curve of the expressway came out there. I feel like it's not as strong over here, where I think maybe I want to have it come in and turn. Maybe make that a little bit more even, but I don't know. Add it to the to-do list. I think I'm going to go in and delete... I don't know if I'm going to delete this expressway. Maybe I'll use this more later and kind of make it work. Because right now, it is kind of ugly just going around the side of the mountain the way it is. And I don't know. It's a lot of experimentation. I've said this before. And like, I don't know exactly where this expressway is going to go. It might I might have it come back down the side of the cliff here and then maybe somehow link up with downtown. Maybe either create a ramp or a tunnel and have it sort of link up with Main Street at some point. I'm also considering... God, see, I would have to tear up so much in order to do that. I'm also considering redoing these roads, which could work. It would make zoning come out there and make this road be sort of an expressway, but then I'd have to demolish some of the scenic Baycliff residents. I don't know if I'm comfortable doing that. So I don't know, a lot of decisions I don't want to make right now, so I'm going to stick to continuing what's already working. Oh, that's weird. Can I make it turn into a drawbridge? Or a suspension bridge, rather. That's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice even curve. I like that. Maybe it's dipping a little bit close. Oh, no, that's actually a little bit low. We can fix that. We can make it come back down a little bit. Where does that go up? It goes up right there. So let's get rid of it from here. Trying to eyeball this, and then it comes up again right there. So we can make it come out. We can see if we do it like that, it creates this ugly little hump in the middle that we don't like. So... maybe like that. No, it's still gonna make the hump. So can try to kind of make it come like that. I think is better. And a little bit of a hump. And then will it link up? Will it link up nice and easy and pretty, or will it be ugly? See, it would really bother me to have a curve like that, so that's something else we'd have to try to fix. Probably... now, will that make it nice and even? Oh, look at that. Oh, it's like we did it on purpose. That's pretty nice. And so you can see the way I have, at least in my head... oops. The way I have it, at least in my head, is the expressway will have very few intersections and it'll allow a lot of unrestricted traffic flow. It's not as fast as a highway, but if we wanted an example of how fast the traffic goes, it goes at a pretty decent clip, although I think I probably would rather it be highway. But there's building challenges when you start making it into highway. Because if you do highway, you have to have 2 lanes, you have to have 2 different directions. And if you have to do 2 different directions, then you start to run into problems while building on the side of a cliff of being able to fit them next to each other and while still having them have off-ramps. This kind of just makes things a lot simpler, and I like the way it turns into bridges like that. Let's see. See, this is an example of trying to build a freeway with 2 different lanes, and you have to make them, because the side of the cliff is so steep, you end up with this differential where one of them is just massively higher up than the other, and it's just really ugly, and I don't like that. But okay, I digress. But we were gonna go ahead and save it because it turns out we like the way that plaza came out. So we're gonna save the game, and we're gonna save it over that one. And we're basically going to tear all this crap up and redo it. I threw this together on my lunch break, trying to just get a proof of concept to see how it would look. But let's try to make it proper. So we want it to come out of the side of the hill here, so maybe... And I'm keeping my ears peeled here because I have somebody who's going to be coming to meet me. And maybe they'll join me on the stream, or maybe I'm going to take a little break. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do it just yet, but let's see. So if we do it like that, maybe... Because then that comes out at a nice even slope, which is nice. Ooh, now that's an idea. See if we can get away with this. Okay. I'm kind of liking this. Now, can we make this happen? See, and I like how it's going in at a nice smooth angle. The clipping on the bottom is really nice. So let's see if we can't replicate that and try to put this kind of right next to it. And will it even be really next to it, or is it too... Because the problem is it's going off the elevation. You can already see it's a little offset. It's going off the elevation of the surface that I'm trying to place it on. So we might, just might... And here, you know what, I think I want to do this part straight. So I want to do... No, that's too low. So let's make it up one, and let's try to match it up as even as we can. Have it come out in this direction. And hopefully make it almost symmetrical. Maybe slightly offset. Where it'll be like just a hair higher. Maybe. Maybe that'll work. I kind of like the way that looks. Going into the side of the mountain, and then we'll do the rest freeform, and we'll try to make it come out like this one. Ooh, that's going to be too close because of the bridges. I hadn't considered that. So we got to make them a little bit farther apart. Which I think I can live with. But I also think... Here, I think we can replicate that. So let's do straight again. And let's try to make it line up just as well as we can. Oh, but farther apart this time because the bridges were too close. And let's try to make it as best we can come out even. Like that. Now that's a lot nicer than it was before, which surprises me. And then let's try to get this to come out and be a bridge. Bridge. Okay, like that. I think that's still going to be too close. I think we need to get the spacing better. Ooh, we could do like a double bridge. That's fucking cool. But it's not getting any lower, and ultimately we want it to get lower. So we want this to be a cool looking bridge, but we don't want it to take up a whole lot of space, because what if we want to expand into this area later? We don't want to be stuck with this ridiculously massive highway. Do you think that's too steep of an angle, or do you think that's just right? You can see it kind of starts going on for a little ramp there. So I don't know. We'll experiment. If this looks really cool, it's going to be an absolute keeper. So maybe we can collide these just a little bit. Maybe it won't bother me if they're colliding slightly. Maybe we're not going to be able to get them to line up that nice. Yeah, see, when we do that, the supports are too close together, and I think it's making them collide. So we could do that. But it's honestly going to bother me if they're not lined up just perfect. So, which one can we move over slightly? But I'm liking this. I'm liking this approach, because then they'll be able to drive up through a bridge and then right into a tunnel, and then I'm not really sure where I'm going to have the tunnels come out. Maybe just like kind of like this one higher up. And it's going to bother me, but as far as the game is concerned, it doesn't matter if cars are driving up steep slopes. It doesn't affect their ability to go at full speed, so you don't have to stress too much. But let's go ahead and try to move one of these over slightly. Maybe both of them over slightly. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. And let's get rid of this. And let's do straight. I want to go down 2 below ground. And now let's give it a fair amount of space. Like that much. We don't want to have too much, but we don't want to not have enough. So it's that balance that you're constantly playing. I think that's going to be too close still, right? Yeah. Because that comes out a fair distance. So let's make it like that far, maybe? And then does that make it too much of a height differential, or are they still pretty much... Oh, that's perfect. And then let's do freeform. And let's make it... Ooh. I want to try to make it smooth like that. See if we can make it fit. Almost. There's a sweet spot in there somewhere that we're trying to find. That might be a little bit too narrow or too steep. Come on, baby. Where is that sweet spot? I found it. I found it a second ago. See how it makes it kind of go down and make that little hump? That's not what I want. I want it to be a smooth approach. Would it be nice if you could just manually pick these things? Yeah, it would. I'm not gonna lie. But you can't, so whatever. Such is life. So I guess we could do it like that. Does that look... That still looks steep to me. But like I said, it doesn't really hurt anything being that steep. It just hurts my sense of perfectionism. Oh, not straight. No, I want freeform. Okay, I think we're in business. Can we make it? Can we make it? Make it. Wait, wait. Oh, we gotta make it perfect. We're so close to perfect, we have to make it perfect. Do something like that. But see, then that's a little bit less steep, but then it's just gonna make it come out longer, so it's probably for the best that we do it like this. I think that's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. And could I be a little bit happier with the curvature of the bridges? Yeah, probably. But like I said, I'll live. Maybe. Hopefully. And then if we made it come out at another right angle like that, and then we can make it come down even further, maybe even all the way. Kind of like that. And that would kind of point us towards the forestry area. Let's try to get a nice even slope as best we can. Kind of like that. And then we'll have them kind of converge right here and get a little bit closer. So... Nope. Let's go ahead and continue this one on, because I don't want them snapping together like that. And then we'll delete that later. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll turn out to be exactly where we want it to be. Because there's a lot of stuff that I've placed... that I just placed haphazardly, which ended up just being so perfect that I kept it. It's not often that that happens, but it does happen. Okay, I'm liking this a lot. I could really see this being our main highway leading up to this part of town. So, the main thing is going to be figuring out how the tunnels, because it's such a steep slope, how are the tunnels going to come up out of the ground without just being these ludicrous drops? And you know what? if we really wanted to be cool about it, because it would cost a lot of money. Like let's take a look. Like if we wanted to do like a straight line highway, we're looking at like, okay, $7,500, right? Give or take. And then if we wanted to make it elevated, it goes up to 15,000. And if we wanted to make it a tunnel, it goes up to 35,000. So tunnels get expensive really quick. Oh, I didn't realize I had already made that into a tunnel. So what we might actually do, and again, we could experiment with and change it, we could make the freeway go into the side of the mountain here, and then we could make it be a tunnel, both of them be tunnels, and have them pretty much come all the way over here and link up with the expressway. And that would be looking at 60 grand for each one of those, give or take. And we could have, so we could have them come underground and then link up with this expressway and come out of here as the 6-lane expressway and continue along the side. Now the tricky bit is that would pretty much make all of the traffic need to get on the expressway, which would mean I'd have to make sure I had good lanes for that. And I don't. These are just little 2-lane roads, and that would be a lot of traffic. So I would have to consider how I would want to link that up. You can see earlier in the game I did something where I took the tunnel and made it go through here and then come out kind of where the ground started to become steep again. So that's another option. Maybe I could have multiple entrances to the tunnel, but I'm kind of liking the idea of it just going through here and then coming out somewhere else and having it be a long tunnel. Then I have this bridge that I don't really know what I want to do with. But if we're going to make that our freeway entrance, we can go ahead and get rid of some of this other freeway crap. Not those bridges. Those bridges took a long time to get even like that. And maybe we'll keep this road. I don't know what I'm going to do exactly. But we can definitely get rid of this, because that was just kind of experimenting there. Okay. And then we can... we can get rid of this, because that was another little experiment that I'm not in love with. Okay. Because there's a part of me that's like, you know, what if you're placing this freeway like this because it looks good, and then, you know, a year and a half from now you find out that if the freeway was just a little bit over to the right, then you could have fit this perfect building that would have looked so amazing right there. That's the way that I torture myself. I do that a lot. And I just have to learn to just be like, just make it happen. Just do it. And if you gotta change it, you know. And then if we wanted to, like, put roads underneath here, if we eventually wanted this to become some kind of urban sprawl, we could absolutely do that, and we'd even be able to fit buildings in between the bridges, which would be really cool. So that's always an option, you know. And actually, that's one of the good things about making this into a bridge like this, is I'm leaving that option open. So, you know, I'm happy with that. If you guys are happy with that, I think that turned out really nice. I think that's really cool. And if we look at our natural resources tab... Whoops. Okay, if we wanted to, we could either make it cut through the forest, which would be making it longer, or we could kind of skirt the edge of the forest, and then that way when we expand industry to make that a forestry area, we'll be able to cover maximum amount of forest without having the highway run through the middle. Although I do like the aesthetic effect of the highway running through the forest. I think we could live without it. And then that still leaves the matter of how we're going to go about getting the highway to link up. Now, I think we can safely get rid of this. I don't really like this very much. And again, if in the future we decide we need to have a freeway coming up this way, we can always add it later. Isn't that right, Mo? And then there's also the question of what we're going to do with the trains to get the trains up there, and that's not even something I had thought about, actually. Which, again, we come back to that problem of, like, what if I make it, and then turns out I want to change it later. Stop, Mo. Stop. What are you doing? What's your plan, dude? Oh, and see what it's doing there? It's snapping to the grid. I can actually change that, but I have to go all the way to roads, and I have to bring up the selection tool, and I have to disable snapping. It's, it just has to do with the way the Xbox control scheme is designed. I'm hoping that they're going to fix that later. So we could get away with doing something very similar and create a train tunnel in the middle. The trick then becomes, will it let me put a train in the middle of these two bridges? And I don't think it will. So we would have to get really creative in order to make trains. Oh, see, now that makes me want to work to make it perfect to actually get a train bridge. Gosh, that would be cool. I don't know. I mean, aside from making it go even lower to try to go under the bridge, it's not gonna work. But gosh, wouldn't that be cool? Having trains go right in the middle. See? Goals, man. Now I'm gonna leave that there because I wanna figure out how to make it work. Maybe I'll move the other tunnels over. I could probably save the game and finagle it, and maybe that's something I'll do off camera, because at least right now it's working. God, that would be fucking cool, though. Let me see. Let's do highway. And just because we're experimenting, we're going to do... Unfortunately, we're rich, so we can afford these kind of ridiculous experiments. And then if we did train tracks, we could do... So how far would it need to go? It would need to go... It would need to be like that high up. Slope too steep, huh? No, you're so precious. Shut up! I'm kidding, Mo, you're a sweetheart. Do you want to sit on my lap, or do you want to try to knock over my phone again like you do? Because that's fun. It's fun for all ages. Don't you do it, Mo. Leave my phone alone, please. It's been through enough. So this is kind of weird. I like it. So that's what it would look like if we had a train trestle running in between two suspension bridges. But I don't even know if I want the train to follow the highway. I don't know if that's something I want to do. But you can see the agony you have to go through in order to get stuff to line up just right. Like this. Well, it'll actually let me get fairly close. So I wanted to do... as a placeholder. So now the problem is it doesn't line up quite exactly right, so let's go ahead and erase that. So this actually isn't as difficult as I anticipated it being, trying to get it to line up. So I might actually do that. The trick is going to be making the bridges be symmetrical, because they definitely don't want to be symmetrical. And one of them is going to come out a little bit higher than the other one. But okay, so that's what it would look like to have a train trestle running in between suspension bridges. I wonder if it'll let us run a train track underneath. No, that's asking for too much, I guess. That would be really cool. I feel like it should let us do that. It totally looks like it should be possible. Isn't that right, Mo? It looks like it should be possible. What? Meow? How's that go? Butter? You want some butter? So I don't know. Maybe vote in the comments or something if you want. Come on, Mo, don't knock over my phone, I swear to God. Okay. Hey, buddy, how you doing? And you know, I guess this is also a really good proof of concept for if I didn't want to do a tunnel and instead I just wanted to do like an actual just regular highway, we could do that pretty effectively and just have it. Maybe the train could transition into a tunnel and then the highway could just go on top. So I don't know, we've got options. Yeah, that's not too bad. Just have it be a bridge that goes up to the cliff instead of a bridge that goes into a tunnel. Although I like tunnels and bridges, so... Hi, Mo. What you want, Mo? Sweetheart. but you're also annoying, so, like, leave me alone. I'm thinking... I do a lot of that. I'm thinking the freeway should probably go out this way and sort of trace the bottom of this mountain and maybe go through the forest. Because, I don't know, every time I always get hung up making decisions like this, because every time you make a decision like this, it's a decision that has ramifications for a very long time. Like, I originally laid out this freeway just kind of on a whim because I needed a freeway to come out from the main freeway and connect to the industrial district, and it ended up defining the border of the Coolridge district. And if I wanted to reshape that freeway, I'd probably have to go in and redesign that district in order to fit in the new shape. So it's a cascade effect. You create interdependent systems, and if you change one thing, you have to change the things that were dependent on that thing. At least if you're like me and you're fucking crazy. So, you know, I guess point being, I don't take these decisions lightly. And I'm also concerned that if I make the freeway too long, cars might not... They always try to take the most efficient route, and if I make the freeway too long, it might register that route as not being the most efficient, and I might end up with truck traffic trying to take, like, the thoroughfares through the main city in order to get up here once I eventually connect everything. So that's a big concern, is what's going to happen when I change traffic. What's going to happen when I connect a road that wasn't connected before? Is it just going to completely change the way the traffic flows? Like, how's that going to work? So we have two options here, it looks like. We could do three options, I guess. Four options? Because we could do the bridges going up into the tunnels, which I really like. Or we could do the bridges going up on top of the cliff, which is also cool, but, like, not as cool. I don't know. See, I'm so fucking indecisive. And the answer is, I need to just make a decision, and once I make a decision, I'll probably be pretty happy with it. It's the way things usually go, because that's how everything goes. Well, we could, for instance, if we were going to do tunnels, we could do, like, that. And then you can see the steepness is a concern, where it's actually really hard to get the tunnel to come out. Whoops. Because of how steep the angle is, you know, if you're trying to go down, it just doesn't work. It's like, whoa, dude, you can't make a tunnel that steep. So then we do run into this problem. I don't know. I really like the idea, but you see, once ground sort of levels out up here, we're able to get away with making tunnels come out of the ground again. So, like, that? Ooh, that's not bad, actually. Maybe we could have the freeway outlet be somewhere near here? Or maybe we could have it be... There's no reason why we couldn't have the freeway split off into two different freeways, and maybe have, like, an underground tunnel interchange. Just as a proof of concept. We could totally have the freeways go underground here and continue down tunnels along the slope, which would let us put more stuff up there on the slope if we wanted to, and maybe clean up the clutter a little bit. I like the idea of an underground freeway, and maybe we could make this the industrial district. I still don't know how I want to connect the train lines exactly, so I don't know. One of the proofs of concept I did over here was I figured out how to put a trade line in between freeways running along the ground, and I initially did this as an experiment so that once I eventually buy this plot of land, maybe I would have the train run in the middle of the freeways. But looking at it now, I wonder if I don't want to do that over in this direction, because then the alternative would be... What? The alternative would be a train trestle running kind of off to the side of this thing. So we could make it like this. Have it come out parallel. And then... Which isn't bad either, and have a nice little train track just kind of on the side there. And then we'd kind of be stuck in a similar situation where the question would become, where does the train come out of the tunnel? Because it can't come up on this slope while it's so steep. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's weird. I guess we could do something like that. That's an option. See, you get into some weird behaviors when you start building on slopes like this. that it seems like the game doesn't anticipate. The game is just like, what are you doing? Like, you shouldn't be trying to do what you're doing. That doesn't work like that. And I really don't like that. I don't want it to do that. I want it to be like a smooth tunnel, so it'd be like that. So it's just an option. I was just experimenting here, and maybe we could make the transit and cargo station be here, in this area. And once I expand in this area more, I will actually be able to purchase this other plot of land over here and be able to expand out onto that little corner, so that'll be cool. But okay. I think we can go ahead and delete this, because I feel confident that I know how to replicate this should I want to in the future. I'm not really sure if I want this train layout to be like this, and I'm not really sure how I want to expand this area, and I'm not really sure if I want this train station to even be here. Although I think I do. I think I want there to be a train station somewhere here in the Hickory Park district. I mean, I've definitely gone through the trouble of laying out this trainway to allow trains to pass through Hickory Park, which is cool. That train is slowing down more than I remember it having to. But now that I've got a taste for laying out wacky train lines, I want to do it. I want to make... And so that's kind of another thing, is I didn't plan this. This happened because I laid something out, and then later I had to figure out how to fit a train line. And it made for this really interesting train line that runs through Hickory Park in between the logging area, the timber mill. And it just makes it more interesting, and I'm concerned that if I try too hard to plan things out in this next district, it's going to come out feeling more or less organic. So, I don't know, that'll be interesting to see. But I just can't wait. I think it's going to be so cool to be able to see trains actually going up that slope and into the tunnel. But then it is going to be upsetting that I'm not going to be able to see them going up the slope because they're going to be in a tunnel. So that's why I'm having to figure out if I want to make this decision or not. But it would definitely be a really cool little train trestle. And then, like, let's say if we wanted to continue that out, we would do freeform like we've been doing. And we want to enable snapping. Will it let me? No, I think I need to go all the way back to roads in order to do that. So, enable snapping, and then we can come back to... I don't think I mind that altogether. I think I'm so indecisive. And then we would get rid of the tunnel in the middle, and then it would look like that. I don't know. I could save the game and redo it, maybe, like I said, off camera. And, let's go ahead and get rid of this. Nice little proof of concept. Maybe I could have snapped a picture. Oh, I can't take pictures while I'm streaming. So okay, we have some ideas going on here. But we still have to connect the freeway. So this is kind of where civilization ends. let's see. I guess I would want the freeway to go right and then kind of hook around and go up. So we could probably... And we can get away with not doing sound barriers, and we can always upgrade them later. Not that it's that much more expensive to do sound barriers, but maybe it's a little more natural, a little more closer to nature to be able to make them this way. Nope, nope, I want to make it a steeper angle, so like that maybe? Is that going to be too close? I think that's pretty good. I like them close together. And then we could see cars driving up here, and maybe... if we were going to upgrade, we'd do that, just to make it be like a more even transition. I don't know, it kind of... well, that's not too bad. Either way you slice it, it looks a little bit ugly having it just sort of transition into a ramp here like that, but and then that still skirts the forest area, which is nice, and then the freeway can just kind of come up and over, and I kind of like that. So then let's go ahead and get rid of that, and let's do freeway with sound barriers, and we're going to continue with freeform. One of the other problems I was going to run into is Hickory Park does not have enough thoroughfares for traffic. Presently, the only connecting thoroughfares are the main 6-lane expressway here, which continues down south, goes through a tunnel which goes underneath the timber mill, and then comes out in the corner. That's most of the traffic that comes through Hickory Park comes through that tunnel. And that tunnel is really cool because now it goes underneath the train tracks, and I like it. I like it a lot. The only other way, really, aside from this little back 2-lane road, which really isn't getting any use right now because there's no traffic, which also lines up with a nice little cemetery that I'd rather not move if I can help it. Plus, I think the cemetery is full. Not full, but it has a lot of people in it. We would have to start emptying it in order to move or destroy this building. So let's go ahead and start doing that, just in case we have to move it. Because I think when I placed all this little medical stuff here, it was just like, oh, I need medical coverage, and I just kind of plopped it down there, and it ended up being... I kind of like there being a cemetery there. I'll probably keep it. Whatever. A lot of things have changed. And actually, that's not very effective zoning. I have some empty gaps here where not a lot of zoning is taking place. But maybe that's okay. I think I like there being a little bit of a gap between civilized area and where the trees are getting cut down. And it ended up to my benefit because here I had some gaps in the zones, and that's where I ended up fitting the train line. So a little bit of imperfection gives you some wiggle room. I think if you try too hard to make everything perfect and fit just right, it you know, it's going to restrict you as you progress in the game. So what I need to think about, because I was going to say we have this little side route that connects back to Hickory Park, and then we have the Hickory Park Tunnel, which goes underneath the timber mill and comes out there. And then the only other way that traffic connects is this 4-lane road here, which runs up and connects back to the main expressway. And then the highway exchange that comes off drops off at the knot, which is aptly named because it's an absolute nightmare of traffic. It's got a lot of problems. It causes a lot of problems. And I want to redesign this at some point, but I want the freeway to link up with this road. So I got to take a look here and figure out how I'm going to do this. And in the meantime, we need garbage collection, because I don't know what's going to happen if we don't collect garbage. I mean, I guess I could just delete the building and replace it. That would be kind of expensive. I guess we'd make that back in like a week. How much? So I'm kind of cheesing it. Technically speaking, you're not really supposed to be able to do this. This is not like within the way they want the game to be played normally, but just putting a police station over here to keep these buildings from being broken into while it's technically removed entirely from civilization is a little weird. But whatever, we'll roll with it. one little bit at a time. As much as I am kind of bothered by the fact that I'm jumping around between projects, on the other hand, it's good that I'm getting things done at all, because there are definitely times when I am not having an easy time, you know, getting the creative juices flowing, and you know, it's all stuff that needs to get done eventually. You know, it's all stuff that needs to get done in the end. So that's the steepest I can make that. Is that really the steepest that'll go? Whoop, okay. So we can make this real nice. And that'll be the main thoroughfare that connects. And I also wanted to experiment with taking this elevated rail line and maybe having it come down and then become a ground level rail line as it comes through this intersection. I don't know really that that's the way I want to do that. I'm also experimenting or mulling around ideas of completely, I want to redo the industrial park because this is a holdover from when I first started the game and it's not very efficient. And I have this freeway exchange that's coming down here to try to get traffic in and out of there. But in practice, nobody on this side of the freeway gets on the freeway here. They don't need to get anywhere on the freeway. Or if they do, they could just come down Main Street and go up the main thoroughfare to get onto the exchange there. This really only needs to have access to the industrial district. So I'm thinking whenever I get around to redesigning this area, I'm going to tear up most of the industrial district and make this gap where the freeway is into a transit hub, complete with some train stations and maybe some bus stations, or a bus station, I don't know. And then that way people from this residential area in this half of the city will be able to get on trains and take the train all the way up into the new part of the city. So that should hopefully be cool. Why I wanted to explain that? Oh, because I might consider getting rid of this train station. I'm not married to that. I just kind of laid that down to see if I could get a train line to work. And I did, so that's nice. But I don't really think that's the final location that I want it to be at, especially given that nobody goes here to be transported. So why am I talking so much? Because I'm procrastinating, and I don't want to have to do the work here to be able to pretty much figure out how I'm going to do a freeway interchange. I might... Let's just kind of jump in. I think I do my best work when I don't get too hung up on the planning, and I just try to make it work. Because then we could start having this curve down towards the freeway there. And I might end this when my buddy comes over and maybe pick it up a little bit later. And maybe, you know, give myself a nice little break so I might be able to continue this with renewed vigor. The other part of the freeway is going underground. It dips down over here in order to go underneath the timber mill, and it continues in a tunnel like this. It's kind of ugly when you look at it underground. I try not to make things ugly like this if I can help it. I try to make them realistic, emphasis on the ick. You know, some things you gotta just make work, but let's see. That's an interesting thought. Just thinking about how we're gonna do this. That would be an awfully steep slope, and it would tear down that. And I don't know that that's the way I want it to come up. So that's kind of the problem we're dealing with, is how do I get that thing out of the tunnel that it's in and come up over here and still allow there to be traffic. So, you know what I might do? I'm not really attached to this area. It's nice, but maybe I'll tear it up to be able to put in another 6-lane interchange or expressway to come up over here. So maybe I'll do that. I think I need to run the game anyway to be able to let the cemetery empty so that I can move it. Because I'm gonna have to move it. I can see that pretty clearly now. So whatever problem we're having with the garbage collection at the police station, we're just going to have to deal with that and let it go, because I need to empty out the cemetery to be able to move the cemetery, to be able to redo this road here. And on the one hand, I really do like that this road lines up really nicely with the timber mill and takes good advantage of this space. Now, that's not to say that we need to completely tear up this road, but we need to redo this area here to make room for the freeway exchange. Now, as it stands presently, we're probably going to have to wait until we can pause the game, because as you can see, this road is being used for access by the garbage trucks and by the hearses going around to, you know, pick up the deceased. So we can't start tearing this stuff up yet. So, I don't know. How about this? Let's go ahead and park this on the hearse, and let's follow him around a little bit while I take a break and use a restroom and let this run. Shout out to Nano. Good to see you, Nano. This game is getting crazy and it's hurting my head, and it's as I've been explaining earlier. It's kind of like when you play Minecraft. When you have a project and you have something that you're trying to do and you're working hard to make it happen, it feels really good when you make progress, and then you finish a big project, or you get to a place where you're not really sure how to continue, and you're just and you kind of lose steam. So Nano knows my friend Dino who's coming over, so Dino's going to be coming over in a little bit, so I might be taking a break from the stream, maybe grabbing something to eat. But I am going to go ahead and let the simulation run for a little bit while I wait for that cemetery to be emptied and kind of recharge. Hey, look, another hearse in the background picking up a dead guy. Kind of recharge my creativity maybe a little bit, so I'll be right back. Try to keep the chat entertained if you can, you know? We're going to follow this hearse. So that's pretty good timing. Let's see here. How's the cemetery coming? 534 people being stored, so it's going to take some time for that to empty before we can move it. Yeah, while he whizzes and what have you. That's good. This does mean that it's going to be a little bit of a creative standstill because we're not going to be able to start redesigning this junction until I can move that cemetery. So for now, we're just going to have to work on another part of the plan here. And I kind of like this. I don't know if you tuned in time to see, Nano, but we're trying to come up with a freeway connection to this new part of the city that I'm building. And so we're making this neat little bridge sort of thing where the freeway is going to kind of come up on this incline and people are going to drive up this bridge and then go into a tunnel and then kind of come up here and come up somewhere around here a little bit higher up the slope where it's going to actually let us build tunnels. And one of the interesting things that I explained to the chat earlier is that when you're dealing with a slope like this, it's actually very deceptively difficult to build tunnels going down because it's too steep. You can do that. See, that's too steep. Normally, I'd be able to make a tunnel like that on level surface, but if I was going to try to make a tunnel, it wouldn't work very well. I could get away with it like there, and that's actually kind of smooth, but then we run into this problem where it makes this really big incline that's kind of this wavy hill shape that I'm not super fond of, but I mean, it would work. So, I don't know. It would be kind of ugly, but it would get the job done. And, I mean, traffic would certainly not have any trouble going up that slope. Just something to think about, because these are all problems that we're going to have to solve eventually if we're going to have any hope of making this happen. Maybe we can do from this side and make it come up. So you can see it's really finicky. Wow, that's weird. So we can do something like, and see again, it creates that really ugly slope that I'm not super fond of. So I don't know if I would want the tunnel. The alternative would be to have the tunnel continue underground, or perhaps split off in two different locations and have one freeway exit here and a little interchange there, maybe underneath the bridge. That could be a nice little area to put like an interchange, maybe have some industrial stuff in this kind of corner, maybe have a cargo train station somewhere around here. And something like, it's cargo train station, and we have to connect it to a road, so, but see, that's something to consider. The slope is going to be too steep to put it here. We'd probably have to put it something like, it would probably let us do it sideways. Really? Slope too steep. So that's going to be a challenge, trying to figure out how to lay this stuff out in a way that it's going to actually fit and work correctly. Because we could do it up here easier. So maybe we'll just have to have the tunnel come up here. But that's something to consider, because we also have another tunnel that comes out over here. And we could conceivably have a train line do something like this and come down into a neat little... that's actually pretty cool. And yeah, actually, I like that a lot. And maybe we could have the train go along the expressway, whatever, because I do want the freeway to connect to the expressway and have the expressway go along the cliff around the edge of the new city area and allow traffic to flow that way. I want to take an opportunity to read this joke out loud, because it took me a second. A good puzzle is what everyone likes. Why do thieves prefer to wear leather armor? Because it's made of hide. Yes. Uh-huh. That's pretty good. Let's do freeform. See, if we do it like that, what if we did it like... I don't know. Well, we can make it skinny, or short, like that, and then have it connect, and make a nice... Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's a little... Not totally level, but I think we need to give up on trying to make things perfect. We need to try to make things functional. We're still making money and gaining a little bit of population. Oh, and now there's crime going on over here, so the police need to respond, except the police are beleaguered by being overflowed with garbage, so... I don't know, it's kind of weird doing what we're doing. Now, if we do make the train go up that way... Maybe this can be a secondary train route, because part of the problem, sort of the reason the city ends where it ends, is it starts to reach too big of a slope. I think slopes are really good for suburbs. Case in point, Baycliff is really slopey, and zoning these areas does create these weird little cliffs where it tries to flatten out the area where the actual zoning is, and then kind of like creates these little terraformed cliffs, which look nice in some places, and then in other places you end up with stuff like this, where people are riding bikes up the side of a fucking mountain. Like that little old lady just walking down nothing. It's a little silly in some places. This is just meant to be functional to allow pedestrians to get out of the residential Falkland Ridge here. So, I don't know. It looks nice. I like suburban areas that are really hilly, and we have this really nice area over here, Slope Springs, where I put in a cinema, which, albeit is a little bit lopsided because of the slope, but looks nice all around. I think it's a nice little spot for it. So, as we're trying to build a really massive, dense urban area here, we need to be mindful of the slope. And so it's kind of this question of like, do I want to build all the way up to this hill? Do I want this to be kind of an industrial area? I don't know yet. But we can go ahead and, I think, start building out more of this freeway. And because I do want the freeway to kind of connect here, so let's try to look at the slope and let's make it, I don't know, like kind of like this ish. It's kind of straight, but maybe we want it to be straight. And it'll kind of come up here. Something I'm thinking like that. And then you can see if we don't make it right, it ends up making little terraforming cliff kind of things there. So, I don't know. You give and you take. Sometimes you give a little bit more than you take, and you end up with less than you started with. And you can see that, that's not too ugly, but it's a little jagged and a little funky looking. So, I don't know. And those aren't quite even. I could go in there and straighten that out later. Because as something to be mindful of, and that's not going to work right. I need to smooth that out. Something to be mindful of is that as I'm first laying this stuff out, it's being laid out like this is the edge of town. I'm probably not going to be building much here, so it can kind of be a little funky shaped. But by the same token, you want to be careful, because if you do that too much, you're going to get yourself in trouble. I kind of want it running close to the highway. You're going to get yourself in trouble because eventually you are going to expand out into this area, and then you're going to be faced with the challenge of taking this thing that you laid out that ended up being really spacious and having to make it fit around more stuff. Like if I decided later that I wanted things to be here where I built this freeway, I would probably have to make overpasses, which, while possible, are a little bit of a pain in the ass to do over something this wide. Oh no, we could get away with... That's pretty nice, actually. We could have little, we could have like a nice little industrial area and have little overpasses like this that are going to let us build into the forest and create another little logging camp. So that's pretty cool. I like that, having the freeway go underneath overpasses like this. Whereas in most of the urban areas, I've been focusing on making the freeway be elevated and go over things. In this new area, I can kind of make it the other way around and have the freeway go... There's not very many places where the freeway is going on the ground. I think the only place is it's elevated over here. It dips onto the ground to go out of town, but that's just because I can't change that yet. And then on this side of town, it's all elevated. So maybe it'll be nice to experiment with the other way around, having the freeway on the ground. And see, like I said, this is a rural area now going around. I kind of like that, swinging by the edge of the forest like that. I like that a lot, actually. And, you know, while this is not a very urban area yet, I'm going to build it up and put stuff there eventually. So it's just something to consider. And if we wanted to, we could probably do the same thing. Put more... So just, like I said, things to consider. We could make this a pretty nice, sprawling logging camp eventually. Now, I do have to pay upkeep on these roads, so adding roads like this that aren't really connecting anything yet does cost me money, but it's a minuscule amount of money, and I'm still in the positive, so it's not really hurting anything yet. And just kind of getting some ideas creatively for how I'm going to link all this stuff up eventually and make this into like an industrial logging camp is all, you know, fun for me. Was it fun for you? It was fun for me. So that's a thought. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not limited. Now, when you do something like this, when you're laying down a freeway, and this is what I was talking about, interconnected systems, you're committing basically to saying, I'm not going to be able to build anything close to this freeway because I'm going to have these slopes to be able to get stuff to go over. But you know what I could also do? That's also an option. And have that go into the... So you know, you got lots of options. And it's frankly going to be really cool to build up an industrial logging camp over here and make that really neat. One thing at a time, or I guess like 6 things at a time if you're me. Oh, wait a minute. I think this facility is empty now. It is! So, we can go ahead and pause the game and start working on the freeway interchange for over here. And I'm thinking, like I said earlier, one of the things I'm learning as I build more is that when you are making high traffic expressways, you want to limit the intersections. So when we're looking at this expressway, this 6-lane expressway that we have running through the town, it's good in some places and it's not so good in other places. One of the places it's really good is on this side of town. It's actually running elevated, and so it doesn't have any intersections and any traffic. You can see I don't have that much traffic now because I built the freeway, but any traffic coming along this expressway doesn't have to stop, and it can go at a pretty decent speed on this road. That's good. And as a matter of fact, it's uninterrupted from the industrial sector all the way to the roundabout. And then from the roundabout, we have one street here that's a one-way, so that traffic, like crossways traffic, doesn't have to stop, because things going that way can just turn into that one-way street, which is neat and perfect example. We see some cars going there now. And then this is so a nice little uninterrupted stretch, but then it does have to stop here. But it's, you know, people have to stop there for the red lights. It's not a big deal because this expressway is long enough that traffic can fill up for a good distance. So long as traffic has enough capacity to be able to turn here, we're fine. And then there's another really good uninterrupted stretch of the expressway over here. And then that brings us to this part of the expressway, which then intersects the north-south expressway that runs down to past the timber mill to Hickory Park, which is really good. And then we have another really nice uninterrupted stretch to here. And now here's where we start having to think about decisions, because right now this creates a traffic light because I have the traffic that needs to go up into the Falkland Ridge. and that's not going to change. The next level up is too steep. I can't connect Falkland Ridge anywhere else. Maybe I could, well, you know, I could probably make this into a little road and connect it right there. But point being, I think I'm locked into this being an intersection. I think that's going to stay, although it is pretty steep, but I think this is going to stay an intersection, and that's kind of one of the reasons that I have this road positioned where it's at, because I can just have this one intersection and have another road that comes down south, and that's the road that eventually comes out here. But I guess I could make that curve. I can do whatever I want, really. So let's experiment here. You know what? Maybe it won't be a big deal. Maybe this can be an intersection, because here's the thing. There's going to be I don't know. I don't know exactly, because I don't know how traffic is going to behave. Uh-oh, a building burned down. That's not good. I have some problem with fire response in the timber mill. Sometimes buildings burn down. It's a long story. It has to do with the way that the fire trucks have to loop around the freeway to get to wherever they need to go. So maybe I'll change that. But see, when it comes to traffic, like, I never predicted that traffic was going to be so heavy at the knot. I had it in my head that traffic would use the Hickory Park Tunnel to ferry a lot of supplies, but in practice, because of where my industrial zone is, all the traffic trying to get to Hickory Park takes the freeway and then gets off at the knot and really clogs up this interchange. And so I had to try to fix that by creating this fly-off ramp, which is really ugly, and I want to get rid of that eventually, and I'm thinking about ways that I'm going to redesign the knot. So if I do this the way I've been doing it, if I create another freeway exchange over here, then that means there's going to be a lot of traffic coming from the city over here. That's going to be, and maybe some coming from the industrial district that's going to get off at this interchange. So I need to make this high traffic, which means I need to get rid of this little podunk 2-lane road. But that doesn't necessarily mean that traffic's going to need to go north. So I don't think this road is going to be too busy. So the 2-lane and leaving the funeral home for now, and then kind of have it come out and turn into a larger road that's going to intersect with the freeway. So all of that being said, let's go ahead and save the game. Oh boy. And as much as I like some of the stuff I've laid down over here, let's go ahead and pause the game. I'm going to turn down my game volume here because I got to listen for the door. And then let's go ahead and tear everything up, pretty much, is what I'm going to do. Yikes. So yeah, this is a nice little railroad, but I'm not married to this railroad. I just put it there as a proof of concept. It's awfully steep. I don't know if that would be a trouble. I don't know if that would make trains go slower or not. I would hope not, but I don't know yet. I haven't experimented enough with trains. The only train line I have is running on very level surface. And I do notice that trains have to slow down when they're going up and down ramps, so it stands to reason they might have to slow down going up a ramp like that. Which then, of course, makes me wonder if this is a good idea, because now stuff is going to have to go up this steep ramp. But I mean, it's going to have to go up a slope to get there anyway. I guess the alternative would be to take a trade track and run it like, boy, I don't know, like kind of this way. And have it kind of be a more gentle climb up a, but even that you can see is still a slope. It's just a slope. It's a lower slope over a longer distance. But I mean, who knows? I mean, I could have more than one train line. There's nothing saying I only have to have one connection. Maybe practically speaking, I'm only really going to be able to assign one connection to a train line. But once I start connecting to outside traffic and have cargo trains spawning, they're going to take whatever route they consider to be the most efficient. So we saved the game. Let's go ahead and tear up pretty much all of this. I'm not married to any of this stuff. It's one of those things where you put in things as placeholders, and then they stay there for long enough that they just become like that's the way that is. I don't want to change that because that's just the way that is, and you know, it runs really well, and or maybe it doesn't run at all. Maybe you haven't really put anything in yet, and it's just sitting there. So okay, let's see. Take a freeway. Okay, with now what I want to do is I want to make this tunnel come out in a way that doesn't directly collide with the logging camp. So let's see if we can't make this freeform. We're going to be eyeballing this, so there's going to be... See how it's going to bulldoze those things? I want it to not do that, which means we probably have to make it come out to, like, here. And even that's going to bulldoze those structures if I do that. So let's try to make it come out to... And I'm thinking maybe we'll make the freeway interchange kind of that area. And we can go ahead and let's delete these, knowing that we can rebuild them by building off, because that still counts as an intersection, so we'll be able to build that off the way we want to. So okay, freeform, and let's try to make it curve down a little bit, maybe. So we can make it a little bit steep like that, which, you know, makes it a kind of steep tunnel, but I think there's a balance to be had where we say, oh, we don't want things to be unrealistically steep, but at the same time, we don't want them to collide with existing structures, so we have to make them kind of steep. So this is just going to be a little bit of trial and error while we try to find a sweet spot. And let's go ahead and turn off snapping. I have snapping turned on, and that's kind of messing me up a little bit. Which also means it's going to be... Like, things aren't going to line up exactly right. Like, this area, I'm using a lot of snapping to make the roads run really nice, north, south, east, west, get some good angles, and it results in these really dense areas of zoning where there's very little wasted space. Like, lots of things are very well zoned. And when you freehand stuff, it's not going to be as close together, and you're going to end up with more gaps, but I kind of want this part of town to have a more organic feel. So anyway, I kind of want the freeway to go the way it's going here because it minimizes the footprint and the amount of disruption that happens to this area. So let's maybe start with this one, and then maybe we can do like an over-under thing. Because I do want that to kind of come that way-ish. So roughly like that. And if we do it like that, then we can probably do this. And maybe this is too close. I think that's too close. See how it starts to demolish that building there? And that's not what I want. So we're going to have to do it a little bit further away, maybe like right here. Have it come out at about that angle and then start to go down. And see, now I feel like it's too far. I feel like I could get away with making it even closer. Although that is a really good even ramp. So let's do that. Because we're freehanding it here. Okay. Okay, and then we can have that connect. No, 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 I don't want that like that. Like that. That's pretty nice. Okay, that's a nice little even. I don't like the way it's changing elevation, but it's having to do that to get around the metro tunnel. So just layers and layers of things that are having to happen in a particular way in order to work the way that they work. Trying to make that not collide with the metro tunnel. So then that makes us end up with this, which, as you can... Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Mo, you scared me. He does that a lot. Hi, Mo. Could you get your ass out of my face, please? You can definitely be here, but, like, don't be disruptive. Hi, buddy. Okay. Do. How are we going to do this thing I'm trying to do? So this is a challenge. I already mentioned that. Hi, Mo. Hi, buddy. Can I help you? Like, do you need something? What do you want? What do you want, Mo? Figure out what you want and we'll talk. Okay. So, how about... I have an idea. What if... This is gonna be crazy. What if... we make this come down... God, Mo, figure your life out. And kind of link up like that. Okay, so... maybe we'll break away from having the freeway elevated
and try to just make it a straight freeway. Alright, I think I like this. And now let's enable snapping again, because I want it to come off at a right angle, and then have it kind of come like that. Or maybe we can have it come exactly like that. Okay. Oops. And that come out, and then will it let me... Ooh, that's really nice. Look how close those ended up. I like that a lot. And now... And another consideration that's going through my head is Hickory Park is a very symmetrical area that I've tried to make a nice little grid shape. And I guess the symmetry is kind of breaking up already on the edges. So it's this question of... And it's already kind of breaking up as the street starts to turn, so maybe it's not going to matter so much. But okay, I think we're in business. Maybe I don't want that to be so sharp of a curve. Maybe I could be comfortable with this being more of a turn in that direction. Maybe. I think so. Kind of make it be more of an even... But then at the same time, I gotta be careful, because if I move it too far in this direction, it's not gonna leave me enough room on the other side. Because if we were gonna do like a 6-lane flyover, we could do something like... No, let's do straight. Or we could do like this. And you can see that's kind of ugly. I don't really know if I like that. But then we're left with this problem where if we want to make this come down like that, it would end up like this, and that's not really the greatest. I guess one benefit of building on slopes like this is you can get away with steeper slopes on roads, because while they are really steep slopes, they're making the road even, kind of like relative to actual level. So we could do that. And I'm kind of experimenting. Of course, the downside is that on the other side, you're now making it really steep. So I kind of don't like the way that looks. I don't like the way it takes this sort of sharp turn and then starts going into a very easy curve. So maybe we'll experiment with that a little bit. No. And we'll make this turn around here. Hopefully it's going to let us change, yes, the direction of all of this stuff. Let me just kind of look at the slope here. And keeping in mind that we could totally move this freeway later if we really wanted to. Isn't that right, Mo? I'm thinking here. I think I wanna... Let's save our progress, and... Ooh, let's not save over that. Let's make the save. I think this one. Or is it this one? Okay, yeah, let's do this one. Okay. And now let's try to make this a more even curve. And try to make it sort of... Even though that's really nice, that's why I saved it beforehand, just in case. I'm thinking maybe I want to bring the freeway up more and then around-ish. So let me look at my natural resources again so I can kind of get a better idea. So the forest is there, and I'm thinking I want it to come kind of out. I think that's too sharp of a turn for what I'm trying to do. So let's try this. Let's go ahead and get rid of the tunnel, as much as I don't really want to do that. Let's do it. That's why we saved beforehand, just in case we mess things up massively and we want to go back. Take me back! I don't want to live in the real world. I'm just kind of thinking here, maybe like... Ooh, maybe kind of like that, and then come down more at that angle. and kind of be, okay. I don't entirely mind that. Just trying to get this angle just right. So we want it to end up going in that direction. And then how is that on the slope? A little bit. It's not bad. It's not bad at all, actually. And now that's going to create a problem. Oh, actually, I hadn't anticipated that. Now it's too close. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And let's say if we want it to go in that direction and try to be right next to it, will it let us get away with that without destroying? No, it won't. And let's go ahead and disable snapping again. Because we want to make it freehand. Because as we put it closer to this building, it tries to manually change the shape that we're making to snap onto that grid. Okay, so I think that's going to be perfect. Wait, just a hair. Okay, boom, and then I mean, it's going to be underground, so nobody's ever going to see it but me, but it'll totally bother me if I don't make it perfect. Oh, and that's not perfect. Meh. I don't think it's going to hurt anything. It's just going to look ugly. It's just that there's so many roads on top that it's trying to snap onto that it's going to make it very difficult to make that happen. So let's go ahead and enable snapping again. And so it's not going to let me do that, which means I probably want to disable snapping one more time. Yeah, okay, so disable snapping. And one of the things, in addition to snapping onto zoning grids when you're placing roads, so what snapping will also do is it will make it match the angle of whatever. So like if I have this and I enable snapping, it's going to snap to a straight line angle to try to make this road come out straight. I don't want it to come out straight. I want it to come out slightly off straight. So kind of like, I want it to kind of stick to the curvature here. Kind of like that. And so we get a mostly nice, even little distribution, and I'm not totally sure how I feel about this, but then if we were going to do our exchange, that's where it gets really tricky. Because we have to figure out, okay, so... And maybe we can make this a placeholder, bearing in mind that every placeholder I've made ends up being permanent because I can never devise a better design. But let's go ahead and say we want to make an over... I don't know why that's such a weird oval shape. We want to make this an overpass like this, and maybe further up because we want to leave enough room for exit and entrance ramps. Maybe like right here, and then have it come across kind of like that. And then, this is new to me. I've never tried to make a freeway exchange quite like this. And that's actually going to collide if I make it like that. So, and this is kind of a weird angle. It's going to make it... That's weird. Like, what the hell? So I don't know exactly, because if we wanted to make a freeway on-ramp to get on the outbound, we could make it like, not straight, we want to make it freeform. We could make it like this, which would kind of not really work. So like you could do something like, but you can see that's ugly. So how am I gonna do this freeway interchange? Shout out to Sergio, who asks, is this game worth the price? I'm probably gonna be a little biased. Yes, I say it's absolutely fucking worth the price. I would say, worth full disclosure, I just recently got a new job and I'm making more money and I'm planning on building a PC. I'm finally moving forward with the plan that I've had for a long time. I am going to buy this game again on the PC. Now, take that as you will. Number one, illustrative of the fact that I love this game enough that I'm willing to pay for it twice. But also, number two, it's worth noting that this game is better on the PC, like a lot of games that are multi-platform. But that being said, I've done a lot using the Xbox controller. It's a very good port. The controls are very intuitive and easy to use once you wrap your head around them. Maybe there's a little bit of a learning curve at first. Not all the mechanics of the game are made instantly clear. But I mean, look at this. I've built all of this with an Xbox controller, so I mean that should say something about the playability of the game. Hey, yeah, Nano said it. I'm getting eaten by the couch right now because I'm having such a good time. I'm not too familiar with freeway exchanges using overpasses like this, so this is going to be an experiment for me. But if you're still on the fence, Sergio, GG 10 out of 10. I think that's going to be the quote of the day. Yes, that's what I would say. I would GG 10 out of 10 is a good way to put it. I love this game. If you're not convinced, or if you're still a little on the fence, which would be totally understandable, I highly recommend doing what I did and going online and watching videos from other, maybe a little bit more professional, not professional, but more established, like YouTubers and streamers and you know, people who are better at the game. This is my first city ever, and I'm building it on the Xbox. There are a lot of people who are playing this on the PC and have built absolutely ludicrously crazy cities. If you've ever played Minecraft, it's worth noting that there's effectively a creative mode and a survival mode, if you will, and I'm playing on the survival mode where you actually have to make money, and you're limited in what you can build by how much money you've accrued at that point in the game, and you can play certainly with basically unlimited money that lets you build things, just build whatever you want. This city that I've been building involves a lot of balancing of imports and exports and trying to figure out how I'm going to make the traffic flow and that kind of crap. Fun crap if you're like me and you're weird and you like logistics, because that's what it is. It's the traffic. Primarily, somebody asked me, like a lot of people watch me play this game, they're like, so what does that mean? Like you get to build individual buildings and like name stuff. It's not so much that you're like have complete creative freedom as much as it's like you're making general decisions about, like, it's mainly about traffic flow. Traffic is your biggest enemy in this game. I really don't like, that's an ugly ramp. I wish I could make that smoother. So this is giving me a headache, but this is one of the things that I'm working on right now, is trying to figure out how I'm going to make this freeway interchange in a tunnel that's coming out of the ground. But if you're just joining us, a lot of what I've been commentating on is how a lot of the considerations that I'm having to make as I lay this stuff out is traffic. Yeah, I can design a new district to the city and make it look good, but how's traffic gonna flow? Am I gonna get gridlocked? Is there good access from freeways that transition onto good artery roads? Like this exchange that I'm putting in right now, I'm gonna put the freeway here. A lot of traffic is gonna wanna get off the freeway and get into this industrial area that I have that doesn't have a lot of road connections. So how's traffic gonna flow? How is that gonna work? You know, it's a lot of considerations for things like that. I might have to take some time to go explore options for freeway interchanges. I'm not very good at freeway interchanges yet, and there are plenty of tutorials on how to make them really nice. And so I might take an opportunity to do that at some point. I wonder if Dino messaged me. He should have come over by now. It's 11:30. Maybe he forgot? I don't know. Or maybe... Oh, God. No, he would have messaged me if he was at the door knocking. But okay. Gosh, I just don't know what I want to do with this freeway interchange. Let's experiment a little bit. Maybe, do I have snapping turned on? Okay, snapping is turned on. So let's try to make a bridge. Because I'm running out of... this is kind of exactly what I was afraid of when I changed the angle of the roads. Is now I'm running out of... Get down, Mo! That's not for you. I might have to go get him. He's climbing on the kitchen counters. I'm going to watch him. But now I'm getting too close to this area. So if I do like a little overpass right here, then the off-ramp for that overpass is going to be going way too close to this industrial area, and it gets really messy, and I don't want through traffic going through there, so it's going to be weird any way you slice it. Maybe I can get away with doing an overpass like that-ish. Kind of like in that direction. And then maybe... Because that's... See, that's too steep. I'm not going to be able to do that. So I think I need to... Yeah, I think that's too much, making it go that close. So I'm going to try again. Tear all this up and redo it one more time at least, maybe more. However many times it takes. It's another good quote for this game is City Skylines, however many times as it takes. We're going to do a freeway overpass, and snapping is enabled, so we're going to do freeform, and I'm going to have this come out like that, and maybe do a steeper. Let me try to get a feel for the way the slope is. Okay, so we kind of want it to go in that direction, and give us a little bit more wiggle room. Maybe like that-ish? Like that-ish. That's another really good quotable. So maybe... Oh, wait. I forgot. I'm trying to make that be a ramp. So have that come out. And then have it come out like that. Make it a shallow ramp as possible. Hi, Mo! And then... kind of come up through that area, I think. Hi, buddy. How you doing? And then have it come out, and maybe we can make it, maybe it'll be a little ugly, but just in the name of getting this freeway interchange working, maybe have it be like a little bit of a sharper turn here. Kind of like that-ish. That's another quote, that's another good Skylines quote, is kind of like that-ish. I still don't like how steep of a turn that is. It just, the angle kind of changes. Weird. But okay. Which means I'm gonna have to do this tunnel again, which is, you know, not the end of the world, but just about, damn it. It's just about the end of the world. Okay, and can we make this go down? I think we're gonna have to disable snapping again. That's pretty good. And then can we make that come out and be a nice little... Or is it gonna be weird and not let us really connect with this tunnel right? And make the tunnel funny shaped. Yeah, it's gonna totally do that. But okay. And then if we make this come out, and we make this another curved road, kind of like that. Like that. I like it, but I kind of don't. I think I made it too close there. But whatever. Fuck. Alright, so if we did an exit ramp coming off of right here, then we would need it to be roughly a 45-degree angle, and we could make it come up like, if it'll stop snapping to that road right there. Worth noting, the PC has a lot of quality of life improvement mods. I'm trying to remember the name of the studio that develops this on the PC, because there's a studio that handles the port for the Xbox, and it's a different name, but slope too steep. Shit. Fuck me, maybe I'll just do tunnels. not the worst idea in the world. Because, okay, oh god, maybe now can Google that. This game totally has trains. If you enjoy management stuff, you will love this game. My brain's turned into mush because I've been playing this for so long, and that'll happen. This is a good game to play where you kind of go like, oh, it's been 10 hours already. Holy shit, I did not realize I've been playing this game for this long. And Nano, do me a solid and look up the developer of... It's gonna drive me nuts once I remember what it is. It's gonna be so obvious, but look up the name of the studio that developed this game. But anyway, all I was... Slope too steep. Fuck. Point being with that, they did a really incredible job. Oh, they made the game really mod friendly. So there's a big scene, there's a big community of mods that change things, quality of life improvements, making road placement be a little more forgiving and let you place roads more precisely and not making it snap, and things like that. Making traffic behave differently, letting you micromanage things like which lanes vehicles use. But if you want to talk about management, it can be deceptive when you just hop into a person's game and watch them play, because it just kind of looks, I mean, almost like a map from GTA 5. This, by the way, doesn't happen on the PC. This is something on the Xbox, where if you have too many roadways, too many like road assets on screen, it'll start to delete stuff, I would assume, to save processing power. But anyway, you know, I had to design all this. None of this existed, and I had to build things to solve problems. From a management perspective, it can be frustrating when you fuck something up. Or like, for instance, when your industry starts to become booming and you get way more traffic and imports, and all of a sudden you get these massive fucking backups that didn't used to happen before, and you can't really figure out what to do, and you probably have to sit down and completely redesign an entire district in order to make it run better. So there are times when I have to step away from this game and take a break, but then when I come back and I fix the problem or I find a solution, it's so satisfying. There's no right or wrong way to do things. There's a sliding scale of efficiency. But, I mean, making something and making it work and then sitting back and watching it is so immensely satisfying. And while I don't like that tunnel, the timber mill is a really good example of a place that I'm happy with, that I've done a really good job of making run efficiently. And we have all these trucks that are making deliveries and taking out loads of lumber from the lumber mill and just getting on this really nice chute to get back on the freeway going the other direction, and it just works incredibly well. You can see we have oncoming traffic with trucks coming to make pickups, and they don't have to stop, and they can just come out of this really excellent off-ramp. And I wish all of my city could run this smoothly, but it doesn't. There are a lot of problems in this city, and there are going to be a lot of problems in your city, and just, you know, be prepared for that as best you can, I suppose. Fuck. How am I gonna design this interchange? Because it's on too much of a slope. So maybe the solution is going to be to bring it even further away from the slope. But let's try to get a proof of concept here, because I gotta figure out how the hell I'm gonna do this to begin with. Let's do straight, and if we come down like this, then that's gonna be just enough. And if we did it on this angle, then we could do kind of. That's kind of what I want, but I don't know that I like that. That's a steep thing. So we can do a really nice... Okay, and then how about this? It's going to have to create a traffic light regardless. So what if we make it like that, and then we take... And this is what's going to drive me nuts. We make a 2-lane road light right here, and that's gross. I don't know why it's making me do that like that. So what if we do 6-lane and bring that out like that, and then we can do a 2-lane... and connect it like that, and make a nice little off-ramp, and then we could do something very similar with another another one-way road, kind of going like that, and then we could do freeform and make that come out like that, and it's not going to be perfect. But whatever is in this game, I could have it go like... And this isn't even a very high volume interchange, so I'd be worried that it's going to cause problems. And see, I don't like that. I don't like that it comes down low and then like goes up. That's weird, but that's one of the things you deal with when you're looking at changes in elevation, building on an area like this. I want to say the development studio's name was Colossal Endeavor, or it's something colossal. I mean, it's fitting because this is a colossal game. Let's see. Like that. Okay, and then get rid of that. And then make it a 2-lane that connects right here. And then that kind of is a little ugly, but it'll work. Oh, that's actually really ugly. That's some Dr. Seuss shit right there. I don't like that at all. Fuck. I knew this was going to be a difficult interchange to design. I don't know if I could have prepared for this. Let's try a one-way. So let's kind of do the same trick and carry this out over here in a straight line to give us a little bit more room. I don't like the angles I'm having to go at with the slopes. This is going to be a really messy interchange, and I'm probably going to not like it, and it's probably going to bother me until the end of fucking time. Now, why will it not connect to that? Slope too steep, which is the whole problem that we're running into here. God, that's terribly ugly. Slope too steep. Then how can we do this that's not going to be too steep? Because the main problem is that it's having to come up from a tunnel, and then it needs to have enough room to have the elevation change, but then by the time it gets over here, it's already hitting this slope, and it's just too much of an elevation change too quickly. So if we do a 6-lane, what happens if we bring it down? Can we make it roughly level? Space already occupied. Oh, God. Wait, what? That's not right. Oh no! Fuck. Freeform. And let's do this, and then let's do 6 lanes straight. Okay, and then continue it out in like this direction, like that, and then let's see if it'll let us do this. And now will I connect to the... fuck, slope too steep. So then if I do... I don't know, like... Really? That's too steep. Fuck me. I think we're probably just gonna have to tear it up and try again. Slope too steep. That'll technically work. So maybe we'll do that. How ugly is that? That's pretty ugly. And so it is this question of like, do you want it to work or do you want it to look pretty? Because you can't fucking always have both. Much as you may want to, and believe me, I want to. I want it to be pretty as shit, and I want it to work. But sometimes the reality is you built yourself into a corner, and the only way to build yourself out of that corner is to make a really fucking crazy freeway interchange that's on the side of a hill. And it's like the knot. Like, this was temporary when I put it in, and now I have all these interdependent systems, and I've tried redesigning it before, and it ended up making it more of a mess. So now I'm kind of stuck with this ugly interchange that I don't like. I think in a perfect world, I would make this like a roundabout, or like a half Cloverfield, a Clover interchange. I don't know. But I don't even know really how to make those very good. Don't know how to make those good. So then we can do change direction. And on the one hand, it's like, oh, it's just temporary. But on the other hand, it's just temporary, but now you have it connected to your main freeway, and if you wanted to sit down and redesign it, it would be so much work. And wait, that's not right. No. This way. Change direction that way. Okay. That's another issue with the game. I think there's a mod that makes it so that there are arrows pointing in which direction the traffic flows, because when you're looking at underground tunnels, you can't see just by looking at the tunnel which direction the traffic is going. That's really messy. I don't like the way that turned out, at least underground. It looks great from the surface, but a lot of people consider tunnels cheesing. Like, I know I've seen maps where people have, like, a lot of backup because of all the trains that are coming in from outside the city. And so what they do is they, like, have enough money that they just build tunnels. I've seen games where people have built tunnels that are just snaking around like spaghetti in order to hold all these trains. And, like, on the surface, they have these tunnels that are coming up from the ground, and trains are backed up, and you're like, okay, so you have a train problem. And then they're like, no, let me show you the tunnels, and there's just miles of trains. And it's like this awful, like, snowball where they're just, like, making the tunnels longer and longer to fit more trains, because eventually they just back up to the end of the map. That's poor logistics. Don't do that. But a lot of people, a lot of purists are like, they don't like tunnels because you end up with stuff like this. That's already kind of getting into the realm of that ugly bowl of spaghetti that I don't like. And it kind of does bother me that, like, what if you were a truck and you had to drive this freeway and you had to do this weird, windy underground... It's one of those things where I just have to kind of pretend it doesn't exist, otherwise it's going to bother the shit out of me. Is that linking up to the tunnel correctly? I think it is. But yeah, okay. Christ almighty. Oh, God. And you know what? This isn't fixing the problem of now this funeral home being disconnected from Rubicon Timber. I guess... And the garbage trucks. The garbage trucks, that's going to be the main issue. Because I guess they could come up this way and take this little 2-lane road, but that's going to be really slow. And then they could take the tunnel to get into Hickory Park. But I just do not like this interchange. It's really bothering me how ugly it is. It's really bothering me how it's not working right. As opposed to this area, which is very smooth and flat, and interchanges like that would work very well. This is not one of those cases. As a matter of fact, if I wanted to take a break from that fucking brain teaser, I could just dick around here for a little bit and say, like, let's make this a nice little freeway thing. That's pretty cool. So, like, that's a thing that you could do, and then if I wanted to upgrade this, I could probably change it to a one-way, 2-lane road. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And look at, they fit in the same space, which always made it bother me that freeway on-ramps were only 1 lane when they fit in the same footprint as a 2-lane, but whatever. They make these little nice 2 lanes. Well, this is really cool. This is actually, I think, going to be a really cool area once I get to making it. And this is an area where I just kind of haphazardly threw down the freeway, and I ended up really liking the way that it was shaped. Mo? What are you... Oh, hi. I'm always worried about him. That's my cat, by the way, if you're just joining. I'm not crazy. I mean, that's beside the point. I'm not talking to myself crazy. Well, actually... You guys are here. I talk this much even when you're not here, so yeah, I kind of am talking to myself crazy. This hurts my head. City problems is right. I think that's a very appropriate emote. So, like, if I was gonna do freeform, I could make this come out like that. Oh, why doesn't that fit? It looks like it should fit. Why doesn't it fit? Story of my life, man. There's gonna be so many times where you're asking that question in this game. Why doesn't it fit? There are other times in life where you might ask that same question. Careful, buddy. Don't scratch up the couch. Hi, how are you doing? So why is that slope too steep? Again, would you fucking careful, buddy? Ugh. Ugh. This is just bad. But even that I don't like because of how much space it's having to take up, you know? I don't know. Because, I mean, and this is, talk about putting the cart before the horse. I'm getting this freeway. I mean, I want the freeway connection to be done too, but I'm getting the freeway connection put in place, and I haven't even finished there's nothing to connect to yet. There's just some, like, unique buildings placed down, and then, like, some general notions of how it's going to be laid out, so... I don't know. But whatever, it's all in the name of progress, right? Because, hey, you know, it's work, right? Like, that's time I was going to have to spend regardless putting together this new area, so... whether I get it done now or I got it done before, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. As long as it's getting done. Isn't that right, Mo? As long as it's getting done. I just hate this freeway interchange so much. It's really terrible. So maybe I'll just save and redo it again. I don't know. I kind of want to get a proof of concept running at least. So I can kind of like have a picture in my head of how it's going to look. Because now I guarantee you, because this one's going upslope, it's going to let me do this no problem. Ew, gross. Oh, fuck. It's coming out so uneven. There are mods on the PC which would let you smooth a lot of this stuff out, make it look a lot nicer. So that's not as bad, but that's pretty bad. For somebody who's, like, coming off this freeway, that's fucking ugly. So you would get off into the off lane, and then you would get into this little 2-lane road. I just don't like the way this looks at all. But that's as opposed to this other freeway interchange where the freeway is going over. But that's on level ground. This is trying to design a freeway interchange on a fucking side of a hill. This is not a problem I anticipated having when I was first... And see, it's like a real city, because a real city isn't designed in one go. It's designed in steps, and, you know, step you make 100 years ago might come to bite you in the ass later when you're like, oh shit, now we have cars, and we have to figure out what the fuck we're gonna do with these. And that's kind of the way this game goes. When I originally laid down this highway, I was only putting it out here so that I could get to this natural forest area, and I could build this timber mill. I wasn't giving any consideration really to how the highway was going to go anywhere else. It was just a twinkle in my eye that I might eventually make the highway go up to this area. I wasn't really laying out any serious plans. You know, never mind that I would eventually have a massive high-density residential area here that would need high-volume traffic connecting to it. I could have never planned for that. And so it's a challenge. The puzzle-solving aspect comes from getting yourself into these situations where you have to figure out solutions to these problems that you pretty much make for yourself by making decisions. Careful, Mo. So there's a lot of that. If that sounds like fun, then you're a lunatic and you need to be checked out. Oh my god. Ew, what the fuck? Alright, I like some of the progress we made. I like what's going on over here. That's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and save the game again. And we're going to attempt to pretty much tear this whole thing up and redo it for a third time. Oh god, how am I going to do this? I could make it tunnels. I can make both of these go underground and then have them link up. I mean, we may as well experiment, right? Because if we're going to tear the whole thing up anyway. All that work, all that time. So you can, it's easy to get discouraged in this game. I compared it to Minecraft. I see, like, Minecraft is the kind of game where I'll play it for a while and I'll be like, yeah, I have this little project that I'm doing. And then I go online and I watch YouTube videos of other people playing Minecraft and I'm just like, well, now I feel bad about my performance in a game that's about, like, exploration and just, like, dicking around and having fun. Like, just other people make me feel so shitty about myself in that game because they're so ridiculously good at it. I'm thinking, I'm not married to this straight freeway, and I kind of do want the freeway to kind of hug the edge of the forest. So I really am really happy with this bridge and tunnel system, and I'm really happy with the way it curves at the bottom of the bridge, and I'm really happy with this kind of idea of flyovers connecting like maybe an industrial area to this forestry area, and maybe putting some housing in there. I really like the notion of having an area sort of built around this little freeway. So I like this curve, but I'm not married to the straight freeway coming out. And if we look at the shape of the forest, I could probably be forgiven for making this curve and come back this way and kind of maybe give myself some more room. So maybe instead of trying to make a freeway overpass that's connecting a north-south road, maybe I'm going to make a freeway overpass that'll connect more here. It's also deceptive because we're looking at an above-ground camera angle, which has kind of thrown me off because a lot of the layout I've done of the roads was from this perspective, and it was only after I zoomed in that I was like, oh, wait a minute, this is like going uphill. I didn't mean for that to happen like that. So... at the risk of really fucking it up, because this train line is going to connect eventually, but I'm not married to any of this stuff. Let's go ahead and get rid of the train line. And I think we'll leave this for now because I'm just used to it. It's been here for so long. This is just a proof of concept for a freeway interchange with a train line running through the middle that I thought about using somewhere, somehow, some way. And I considered using it for this area, but I think I like having the train tracks running parallel or on the outside. And then we ran into problems with the bridge placement where like I wasn't really sure how I would make the train go in the middle of the... Whatever, I'm getting distracted. Yes, some of the stuff people have made on YouTube just blows me out of the water in this game. Mind you, I'm on the Xbox, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage, but crunk, head hurt, okay. And even this road I didn't realize was coming up such a steep angle until I'm looking at it now, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was a really steep place to have that. Fuck. Let's go ahead and tear everything up again. Where is going to be a good location? Maybe... because there's some curvature there, and maybe that's going to have to go, and if that's a slope, then this road is going to need to go up the slope. So maybe, for now, let's try to do straight, and let's do this, and let's stretch this road out, and kind of like, and see how that does that? I don't like that. I don't want that road to go like that. Although it hasn't stopped me in the past from making things like this expressway, which is going at like a fucking 30-degree, oh my god, 45-degree angle. This was like when I first was playing the game and I didn't realize I was making things so slopey, or maybe I just didn't care because back then I wasn't so focused on details, because back then one minor change didn't have like disastrous repercussions of completely changing traffic flow and ruining the game. But I'm thinking I want to do, let's tear this up now that we have the road laid down so we kind of know which direction it's going. And again, we can maybe have that curve and come over. We don't have to be straight. I'm also trying to make consideration for how traffic is going to flow, because especially if I connect these two cities right here, what's to stop traffic from saying, hey, you know, that freeway is so long and has all these turns, why would I go that way when I could just take the expressway here, and then I might end up with like a massive backup of trucks that's going to stop time. So, you know, and it sucks because these are problems that I'm only going to see after I finish this massive project, and it's like, I don't want to say too late, but it will have gotten to a point where it's going to be much more work to change this stuff, which is why I'm so like mind-numbingly slow in progressing, because I'm worried that, you know, like if I just took the extra time now, I could make it work, whereas if I try to wait too long, it might just fuck me over in the end. So let me try to observe my slopes here, because we could just make this do like a right turn here. Maybe be careful of that little building there that would get collapsed if we do too steep of an angle. We could honestly probably do like a quick little like that, and then and then do we want it to go over or under? I want it to go under. So why is that doing that? Okay, maybe. And then kind of have it go like that. And then kind of have it go this way ish. It's kind of an abrupt turn, and it looks kind of ugly, but I mean, look at real freeways. They make some strange decisions in terms of layout. Fuck. Slope too steep. Which means I need to tear up the underground tunnel again. Which means maybe I can get away with... No, like this. No, further up. Maybe like this. Almost. Oh, it's gonna just barely destroy that building a little bit. So let's do it like almost parallel to where this is. And have it come down like this. And okay. Really? How is that too steep, but then that's okay? Whatever, sometimes you just have to say okay. You know what, let me... Fuck, I gotta turn off snapping. Because it's trying to snap to that grid, and it's just making it not work. Artronimo, quote of the day. See how steep that is? Why is that? Ew. See what I mean? Like, it's so fucking hard to just make something work right. I mean, I'll live with it. I'm trying to remember what it looks like on the other side. I don't think it's that bad. Yeah, it's a pretty shallow... That's a nice little tunnel. That looks cool, you know what I mean? Like, that looks like a tunnel that could exist. This looks like a fucking cartoon SimCity tunnel that's ridiculous, and it's gonna have drivers going at this weird angle, and it's gonna bother me. So, let's see if we can't maybe start from underground like this, and then have it come out like that. No, because that's gonna make the building rip up there. So what would happen if we did? Okay, try it like this. Try to make it come out at a right angle, and will it make me destroy things? So how about like that? That's nice. That's better. It's a better little tunnel. And then I don't know if I want to make this so straight. It's gonna bother me. But okay. Let's tab over to... I'm so glad I don't have to work tomorrow. That's the story of my life when it comes to this game. So glad I don't have to work tomorrow. Maybe like this. No, let's do straight. Ugh. It's still going up at a really steep angle. I don't like that, but I don't think there's any way around it because we are on the side of a hill. What if we built it further down? And see, like, I'm probably in all likelihood gonna come back later and see a way that I couldn't see before to just make this work so much better and feel like such an idiot for not seeing it. And maybe then I'll be able to change it. I think until then I'm probably going to avoid expanding too much in this area. because then it'll kind of lock me into it a little bit. God, that's ugly. Why does it make me do that? Maybe. Now that's nicer, right? Okay. I don't like the way it made me put it so far away, but maybe that's for the best. Because I remember I saw somebody do a cloverleaf interchange. How did that go? And it was like a semicircle, and then I don't know. Fuck if I know, right? You want to be careful with what you're doing here, because you could try to make it like a traditional freeway, but traffic lights don't exactly work the way they do in real life. Over here, the problem with the knot is that I have these two, which looks like a normal freeway, depending on where you're from, I guess, but these two exit entrance ramps right there, but they're so close together that there's not enough, and we can play this for a second, there's not enough room. And another part of the problem is I have it so close to this intersection, but there's not enough room for traffic to really queue up. So you get traffic filling up underneath the bridge, and then there's no place for traffic to go when it's filling up behind there, and then you have people that have to stop on the other side of the freeway ramp, so it can just be messy. And then we can see it's going to turn green. Traffic's going to get held up because of the way turn signals don't work. They don't have dedicated turn lights, so like traffic that's turning left has to just turn into oncoming traffic, which can be a problem if you have a lot of traffic that's trying to turn left at a high volume intersection. Or a lot of pedestrians crossing, which disrupts left turning traffic a lot. I don't know. It's not that bad. But not that bad is what gets you into trouble. I don't want to fearmonger and like discourage people from playing the game, but that's definitely something I've experienced in this game, is where I go like, well, whatever, I'll come back and fix it later. And then later it's like, oh, holy shit, remember that thing that you were going to fix? Like, when are you going to get around to that, dude? Because it's a real problem. People are dying. Ugh, that's ugly. It's ugly, and it doesn't exactly line up with where I want to make that other thing. But, I don't know, part of me is like, as long as it's functional. Maybe, I hate to say it, but maybe I need to take a break. I mean, it is late, and as much as I did want to just come home and start playing this game, I think I'm probably neglecting sleep in order to do this. But maybe we can do freeform. Kind of make it come down like... Come on, quit snapping. Kind of weird the way the vanilla road laying works too, because it limits what do you call it, angles. Like, you can only merge two roads at a 45-degree angle. Now that's actually not too bad, but I feel like we can make this better. Better cheddar. But again, we want to be careful that we don't make these two intersections too close together, because then we're going to run into the same problem that we had before. I feel bad that this interchange is so much nicer, because now I hate the position. But, you know, nothing is, if every pork chop were perfect, nothing is ideal in this game is an important lesson to kind of try to remember. And perhaps, oh boy, let's see. Perhaps more keenly, let's save. It's like I said before, a big part of the fun, the challenge, is having to build around the limitations of the environment. Like I'm doing right now. Like, hey, you know, you wanted to do this. Sorry, buddy. Like, you know, it's just not gonna work that way. Could I do maybe a steeper angle and get away with... I don't know, I feel like that would cause problems. Let's do like a slightly steeper angle, maybe? Like I'm thinking like that. I gotta be careful, because if I start getting too deliriously tired, I'm gonna start making very poor decisions. Good thing I saved before I started this. Maybe this is gonna work. Space already occupied by what? Oh, okay. And I worry because I put down freeways and I think I'm taking up too much space with this freeway and I'm not going to be able to fit a lot of buildings when I zone it later. And then I look at some of the other things that people do on YouTube, and you're talking about, like, I've seen 5-way, I don't even know what you call them, but just ridiculous spaghetti interchanges with 5 different 6-lane highways intersecting and all exchanging in every direction simultaneously. And, you know, like, we're talking about exit ramps that are full 3-lane freeways in and of themselves. Like, it's not enough to just have a dedicated, like, exit ramp. They have to be entire freeways merging off of other freeways, and they take up as much room as, like, one of my entire districts. And then I don't feel quite so bad. And I just kind of go like, oh wow, damn, that's crazy. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? I am trying to get this to turn so that it's not too steep. And so that it won't destroy the buildings like that. That's exactly what I'm trying to get it to not do. So let's see if we can turn off snapping again and make this a little bit more precise, so it quits trying to jump our cursor to those grids as we lay it down there. We're just trying to, like, experiment until we find that sweet spot, kind of like that, but without demolishing the building, ideally. So I guess we have to go further up. I don't remember having to make it work so hard last time. Fuck. That relief feeling of, like, finally I found that thing I was looking for. Again, the tunnel's gonna be a little messy, but okay. Now, let's make this straight. And we might have to disable snapping again for this bit. No, it's gonna work pretty well. So now, will it let me do a freeway interchange like this? And what I'm kind of thinking is I'm going to make it straight for now in order to fit the freeway interchange. You know what we could do? We could say, let's do freeform, and then let's make it come off kind of like right here. Like that. And will that be ugly? That's pretty smooth. That's pretty smooth. Okay. And now let's make this a 2-lane road, and let's make it straight. Whoops. What am I doing? 2-lane road. 2-lane, 1-way. And let's try to make this not be too steep. So like that. It should be good. And then we'll make that like that. And now from this point, that's a pretty nice even little off-ramp. So this might work. And which feeds back into, like, well, there you go. You know, it pays to do it right the first time. So let's try it like that. And then if we do that, that's still a pretty nice... It's a little steep, but it's not nearly as bad as what we were looking at before. So now... we're making some... See, this is the satisfying feeling of, like, you're struggling, and then you finally find something that works, and it's just such a fucking relief. And let's make this a similar slope like that. Okay, and then let's turn that over into a freeway on-ramp. Oh. Like that. And the asymmetry there is going to bother me if I don't make it. Well, I mean, that's almost perfect. But almost perfect is not perfect. Why not take the extra 2 minutes to just make it perfect? It's a quote from a YouTuber I've been watching play the game. Like that. That's closer to... I think that's exactly where it was before. But I don't know. At the same time, I kind of don't want to get greedy. I finally have it looking halfway decent. But that's nicer. That's a lot nicer. And then we could take a 6-lane road and we could make it come down. If we enable snapping again, we can make it come down at a perfectly right angle and then have it do like that. Yeah? That's pretty nice. And then we'll have it come down at a kind of steeper angle because it's lining up with a hillside over here. And then we will be able to do something similar with this side, trying to not let it snap in place. How steep of an angle? I think we're going uphill, so it's not going to be nearly as steep, but we don't have to worry about it as much. So it can be a little bit shorter. It's going to look wonky from overhead, but we could probably get away with that. The problem is that's an exit lane, so we want to make the lane long enough to be able to collect oncoming traffic, so we don't want to make it too short. So yeah, Trial and Error is the name of the fucking game. City Skylines, Trial and Error. It's the lesser-known subtitle. So we can go ahead and get rid of that for whatever the hell reason we had that there. I forget already. So actually, yeah, this is kind of the way I was hoping it would go. Now that's gonna bug me that that's a little uneven. As a matter of fact, both of these are just a hair uneven. So let's see if we can't fix that. I don't think I can fix it. I think it's just gonna have to be a little bit uneven. Unless I wanted to like come all the way out here and, well, maybe if I disable snapping, will it let me do that better? Let's see. Yes, that's exactly what I was hoping it would let me do. So try to make that as perpendicular as we can and try to make that lane a little bit smoother there. So it's like that, and that's better. I'm bothered by the fact, now this is where it might get messy, where it might just completely ruin all of the symmetry that we worked so hard to establish. So if we continue in a straight line and we say freeway, and we can take it like that. Whoops, yeah, okay, good. And then we come over like this. Now is here where it might mess it up. That's acceptable. That's not too bad. It's gonna look better on this side, I think. Okay. I think I'm okay with this. It's a little ugly, and like I said, I don't like that it's having to go at this sort of like perfectly 45-degree angle with the traffic kind of turning like that. And it does look a little weird because it looks like this is a continuation of this road, or that this road is somehow broken off. Yeah, which is a little funky, but I don't know, it's not going to be the prettiest, but you tell me to go to bed, Nano? Is that what I'm seeing? Sleep is... No, I'm just making like a casual observation. Sleep is good, you know, like I like to sleep sometimes. But okay. Hopefully this is not going to completely ruin everything. And then we also have to... Oh, this is an interesting situation. So let's go ahead and assume that there's going to be traffic, because you know I love to make assumptions. Okay, so snapping is enabled. And actually, this ends up making some really nice zone spaces, so maybe I'm gonna like this. Maybe I'm gonna end up, after all the torture, maybe I'm gonna end up being pretty happy with the way this came out. So then I was thinking of upgrading this to a 6-lane road. But then I was also going to be afraid that that would be too close to this other 6-lane intersection, so I was thinking of maybe moving it down. So I don't know, maybe for now I'll just kind of leave it until traffic volume demands changing it. And maybe I can make this some industrial buildings or something, but then I want to be careful about traffic volume because that'll increase traffic volume. So we can make this come down at a... And I guess we can start getting rid of that thing, and we can get rid of the train tracks. And we can make this come down like this, and then we can continue... Oh god, what is going on here? Oh, yuck. What is happening here? How can we fix this? No? So maybe we can do upgrade, straight, and then make that come out and try to make it at a 40... Fuck. A 40 fuck. Yes, that's correct. I don't know. I'm actually pretty happy with this freeway interchange. If it works, is going to be the real test. And, you know, to train them is my cause. But, let me see. I'm happy. You know, you may not be able to tell it in my sleep-deprived state, but I'm happy with the progress that we've made so far. Yeah, well, let me do that, or is that asking too much? Because then if I go at a 45-degree angle, what is that? Or at a 90-degree angle, what does that look like? That looks like that. So, let's... now, this does fuck up what I was trying to do with the trains, but hey, it'll work, is what's important. So... I'm not frankly sure I want to even have this 6-lane the way it is. Maybe we could change it later. Maybe it'll be better because eventually we're going to want through traffic to be able to come up. So we'll probably make some more changes. And whatever. The cemetery is empty, so we can always exhume. The bodies are already exhumed, so the hard part's taken care of. So let's do it like that so that we can take this 2-lane road, which we might want to increase into something later, and do it like that, and then that way we get this nice even zoning along the industrial complex, and then we can erase that, and that's kind of an ugly corner, but whatever, it works. And then we have like a little empty spot here which bothers me, but not as bad as you might think. So that's actually pretty fucking nice. So, you know, I'm not gonna complain. And then, you know, we could make this... Ugh. See, I kind of ran into a similar problem over here where the curve of the highway was curving away, so if I made this road straight, it would just end up looking ugly. Now that, ironically, that ended up biting me in the ass, because by making this road curve towards the north, it ended up making it closer to the freeway, which meant this road was shorter and there's less of a buffer for traffic, and that creates a traffic pinch point. So with that lesson in mind, these just happened to be meeting at like a really bad angle, but I don't know. I don't know what that lesson means. I kind of the same way I have this stuff just sort of thrown in here willy-nilly. I could have put in more grids and fit more residential area. I'm just not ready to commit to having that urbanly developed yet, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to just, like, leave it empty because I want to have the flexibility, as opposed to some of these other areas that I've already filled up with houses that, like, I'm so reluctant to get rid of now, even though I've never really liked Hickory Park from the beginning, and I've always kind of wanted to redesign it. But now I've built up so much, not to say that I'm totally locked into that commitment, but just that now I'm more hesitant to do anything to change it, just because it would mean changing so much more. So that's why I'm kind of hesitant to fill in some of these areas, and why I'm kind of more willing to sort of leave some things sort of blank, you know. But I guess for right now, let's connect that, and we'll just say that's okay. And that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. And, you know, as much as I focused on so densely packing a lot of these areas, like Stillmont is a really nice little high density, or residential area that's really cool. As much as I like densely packing areas, it's good to have a mix, and it's good to have more open areas. One of the areas I'm really looking forward to laying out is going to be the forestry park here, because it's going to be so much more open. and kind of be like these two separate entities and kind of have some space, whereas I really do not have a lot of space in my city. It's very cloistered and claustrophobic, and so it'll be nice to have some mixes. Like, one of the things I was really worried about with this freeway interchange is that it's going to take up so much space and make like an open area, but maybe that's for the best. Maybe that'll be a good way to break up Hickory Park and make this kind of open. So that's cool, and I think I'm okay with it, and I think I feel good about this. Now, as far as roads, let's go ahead and take a regular road, and we're going to continue this straight from this intersection. We're going to do it like that, I think. Make a nice little even road, and then the train tracks I might get rid of, I don't know. And then let's try to make this... not pretty, but, I mean, it works, right? Kind of nice. And so now everything is connected, so I should be able to turn the game back on and it won't break, because the people from the garbage collecting facility up here and the cemetery will continue to be able to get through here. So I don't think there's any traffic coming down this road right at this moment, but so there we go. I finally figured out how to continue this highway, and I've successfully fit an interchange in this bizarre-shaped area that was a real challenge. And now let's top it off by first saving the game, because holy shit if we fuck this up again. I'm trying to think if I've seen Insomnia. I think I'm thinking of, if you like that kind of theme, Nano, you might like The Machinist with Christian Bale. And, without, I don't know how I want to do this. If I want to make it more curved, you know what I think? I think I want the highway to kind of stay close to the slope, because it's harder to build stuff on the slope. So I want to give myself as much room here on the left on even ground to build stuff. So I think I will try to make this come out like that, rather than trying to like make it go more. So I don't know, maybe I'll make it go kind of like that. So I just saved the game, didn't I? Like, I'm not tripping, that happened. So yeah, let's do this. Oh, but the name of the movie is The Machinist with Christian Bale. And without spoiling too much, it's kind of about what guilt can do to a person. And what can guilt do to a person, you might ask? It can just utterly decimate them as a human being and leave almost nothing left, is the moral of that story. So, don't do something you might regret and starve yourself. And The Machinist is notable because it's the movie that Christian Bale did right before he did Batman Begins, and he lost so much weight to do The Machinist, and then he put on so much weight and muscle to do Batman Begins that it was rather shocking, actually. But let's do like a slight curve here, and then have it curve back towards this area, so we have more of a, so we're giving ourselves more of that area. Okay, and is that kind of giving us a little bit of a cliff? That's not too bad. And let's try to replicate that here. Do it thinking like that. And then I think I might have not done it enough, so let's do... Trying to match curves using the freeform tool is very difficult. Oops. You run into problems like that, especially. Oops. Come on. And then watch, it's not going to be close enough. Shit. How's that saying go? Good enough isn't good enough? So you just want to be cautious when you're using freehand curves that you're not just completely fucking yourself over. Oh, well, I think I got it perfect. I mean, knock on wood, right? But... And will it bother me if I zoom in really close and see that the highway is like almost touching in some places? Ew, gross, look at that. Oh, fuck, that's that terraforming. You know what that is? That's the highway being too much on the slope. Ew. And the game is trying to adjust the terrain to make it match, and it's just not fitting right. So maybe I'll make them a little bit further apart. I don't know. Okay, so let's try to stick maybe more true to the distance that they have at the junction. So they'll be like kind of that. And then maintain a little bit more distance as they come around this corner. Maybe. And let's see if that doesn't help. Ew, gross. Fuck, that's gonna bother me. See, how do I fix that? Make it go back. Make it go back. It was so almost perfect. Here, let me load the game then. Wait a minute. Which was the one that I just saved? It was this one, right? And I did, like, I'm not tripping. I saved it right before I started making these changes. Fingers crossed, guys. Hopefully I didn't just erase years of progress. What? I loved the cube. If you can imagine... oh, and I guess it was already kind of doing that a little bit. It was bothering. It still bothers me. But I mean... Chalk it up to performance issues on the Xbox. I assure you it does not do this on the PC, or at least so I've been told by people who play it on the PC. But it's just something you have to contend with on the Xbox One, because this is a very complex game. So I personally forgive it for doing crap like that when I just have so many assets on screen, because I'm like, that really sucks that I can't look at my freeway from this particular angle, but I can zoom out, and if I'm this close to it, I can turn the camera so not as much is on screen, and it shows more. So it's not broken. The game functions, and the fact that you can go down and watch an individual citizen go through their fucking day, it still astounds me. I mean, considering the level of fidelity that they're achieving, it's pretty fucking incredible. So yeah, let's try this. I understand that that's crisscrossing, but I'm thinking I wanna like change the angle of the freeways to kind of line up with this to give me more space to the south. Okay, and so then let's get rid of some of this, and we'll try to make them kind of meet in the middle. Even though that's a really nice curve that I really like, and I kind of don't want to mess it up. Because we could do something like... this. Okay, that's not too bad. And have it come about halfway there, and then curve back and line up. That's pretty good. That's pretty satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. And then if we just really wanted to give ourselves a heads, this isn't gonna be bad. We can do... And, you know, bearing in mind we might change this later, but... That's pretty good. And then maybe I'll come back through here and work on the spacing and try to get the railroad tracks to more closely follow the highway. But, you know, I have to say, this is an altogether impressive amount of progress, given just how much we've done. Now, we've failed to accomplish what I wanted to accomplish when I first started the stream, which was to flesh this area out more and get more done. And now that I'm coming back to it, I'm not even certain I'm entirely happy with some of the changes that I made. I like the building being on this side of the road. I like that I got those roads more evened out. I don't know how I feel about that cul-de-sac now that I'm looking at it again. It's kind of ugly. I don't know how I feel about the Japanese garden. I also feel like I'm focusing too much on the details on this area again, although I kind of need to because I got to worry about traffic patterns, and if I don't focus on the details, then it's going to come back to bite me in the ass. But whatever. Making the freeway is a monumental achievement. I'm really surprisingly happy with the way this is turning out. I love this curve. I think it looks really natural. I think if you were riding down on this freeway on a car and you saw that coming up, you'd be like, oh wow. Like imagine being a kid and going on a road trip with your parents and you're in the back of the car and you're driving and you see that. You're like, we're gonna drive up that? We're gonna drive up a fucking like bridge up into a tunnel in the mountain? And it's like, you know, quit jumping around back there. I'm trying to drive. Sorry, Dad. And then, you know, see a train go past or some shit and drive up this ramp, and I just think that's going to be a really killer way to enter the city. So I'm going to call that progress. You know what it is? It's progress through procrastination. I set a goal, and the goal is way too hard and challenging, and I procrastinate on that goal, and then like an arbitrary secondary goal that I hadn't really planned on finishing. So whatever, man, it gets done. I really am in love with this. It's a good feeling because it's not every time you throw something down that you're like, wow, that's really great. I mean, case in point, look at how many iterations we had to put this stupid fucking freeway interchange through, and I'm still not totally happy with it because it's disrupting traffic coming from that area. Where everywhere else in the city I've tried to maintain this kind of like artery roads going out and then like, you know, collector roads going across. It's kind of getting disrupted in this area, but whatever. That's part of the charm, right? I've seen some people's cities that are really organized and very well laid out and very grid-like, and they're kind of boring, samey. It adds a lot of character to a map when you have to solve problems creatively and make little interesting places like this. I feel like I never would have liked that, like if you would have showed me that before, but you know, the journey that we took to get there, I feel like I really am happy with the way that that's laid out. I will say this, I think I fucked something up, because my train line, mind you, I want to change it, but my existing train line now is no longer running correctly, so I need to do this. No, chill out. Like that. Not that it matters, the point is moot because the train line is eventually going to change, but alright, just so it's not fucked up. So there's still trains. Hey, don't scratch that, Mo. What are you doing? Mo. I'll have to get him in a second. But let me see if I can spot one of the trains. Wait, what? Oh, I guess they got deleted? Or... Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if I can spot one of the trains. Because the game is pretty smart about trying to connect lines when you have two lines created between a station. It does the same thing with buses. If you start erasing roads, it'll try to recuperate the line by connecting through roads like after you make the change. Sometimes it takes a second to calculate. You can see there's no line showing on the train track. So I don't know, maybe I accidentally erased the line by doing that, but whatever, I don't care. It was a placeholder. Nobody actually rode that train anyway because I guess I didn't make a very efficient route. Hopefully that's going to change once I get all of this done and I actually connect it up to the city, the new city center, which is going to be even more work and undertaking. But I think I'm going to draw it to a close here. It is getting late. Like I said, I'm happy with our progress. I'm getting some ideas. Sometimes when you get stuck on the details on one thing, it really helps to go spread out and do some other stuff and just see if that doesn't give you some creative inspiration. I just happened upon this little setup with the overpasses that I really like and the flyover roads, so that's going to be really cool, and I really like that. I think I might incorporate some of that. I know I have, like over here for instance, I have this little overpass going over like a little divot, and I'm thinking maybe I'll incorporate that in an interesting way, or that's giving me some ideas for over here. And then I have this bridge that I'm not really sure what the fuck I'm going to do with that. I'm thinking maybe... Ooh, oh, that's a really cool idea, actually. Later, when I get more milestones, get a higher population, and I can expand into this area, this bridge could go across this entire chasm and connect to that cliff to even more cities. So we got some ideas brewing in the old noodle, the old wet noodle, this late at night. So yeah, I'm fucking glad that worked. Let me go ahead and save. Whoops. Whoa, don't load. Careful, buddy. So let's save, and I'm happy with the way the freeway goes over here, pretty much. So we're gonna let the game run, and then I'm going to turn these back on and see if it reestablishes the train line correctly. Just, I guess, for fun. For funsies. So there we go, the train line's reestablished. Now the trains should start spawning at the station, I think. I haven't really taken too much time to study train behaviors. Are they spawning at the other station? Yeah. Okay. So cool, we can take a quick, before we go, we'll let this be the outro as we just kind of follow this train along one of our train lines. Now it's not going to go up the bridge like we just designed because we haven't completed that line yet. It doesn't go anywhere. But we'll be able to watch it kind of come up through the area that we just built. And we can see our proof of concept. This is what it would look like if we had trains running in between highways with sound barriers. It creates this nice little, it makes it look like the train tracks are barriered off in a cool way. That'd be really cool to drive along the freeway. And I mean, this is functioning pretty much identical to the way it was before. It's just now it's splitting off into another train line. So I really, it's kind of weird because I'm trying to build around the existing downtown, which is very dense, and I don't want to mess it up. But it's also reassuring to kind of see all this space that I've just been seeing as empty, pointless space, and the potential that it has to really be something great if we have the right vision. So that's cool. And I mean, this train, this was an example of that, where I didn't really like this layout, and it ended up being like the perfect little area to like fit a train track, to be able to have this train kind of snake through and go under the freeway overpass, and so very cool. But with that, if you liked what you saw, and it seems like a lot of people did, I see a lot of people stuck around, kudos to you, because sometimes I feel like I'm intensely boring, especially when I'm laboring over details. But hey, if you want to see Artville continue to grow over the years and see where it goes next, and see this freeway interchange that we built today eventually connect to something cool, then definitely follow, subscribe, whatever, and you know, tune in next time. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I get to catch you guys around next time. So you have a good one, and GG man, Spider Roads, Nano says. Yeah, definitely. It's gonna get pretty spidery soon. So glad you guys enjoyed it. Tune in next time, and I hope you guys get some sleep. Oh, look at it, they're using the overpass. That's so cool. All right, anyway, so I'll catch you guys later. This is going to be Artronimo signing off. So have a good one. Xbox, stop broadcast.